everybody, and welcome back to Mages of Pleasant Valley. I am Eotidiss. I am the storyteller of this World of Darkness campaign, where our little band of whooshing mages are in a little bit of a sticky situation. But that'll be for the recap. Let's first get to know you guys once again, because as it's becoming more of a pattern, we missed last week. But we can make sure that we have a jam-packed, fun session today to make up for it. So why don't you introduce yourself, Karadur, and then we'll go down the line to Crusader, Kiana, and ID.
Hello, everybody. I am Karadur. I am the non-YouTube Twitch VTube person of the group. So I play Nicholas Bassett, a rich philanthropic. One of those is bad.
I think the second
one. One of those is bad. He's a very rich person who does a lot of doctoring and cosmetic surgery to help those who, have been through burns or are incredibly rich. One of the two, maybe both. And just generally goes and be's the helpful, rich Batman of the group with a little bit of snark. And, eating of human flesh, maybe, possibly. You didn't hear that.
Mm-hmm. Just like Batman.
I'm not a vampire.
How about you, Crusader?
I am Crusader Corrupted. I do stream here on Twitch. Probably a lot more of just RPGs. And I play Anthony DeLuca. Just a professional, world-class chef who has no secrets in their past that they're trying to cover up or hide from an bank manager currently.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was oddly specific. All right.
Yeah.
How about you, Kiana?
Hiya. I am Kiana Cardinal, a Mage of Fluve, and I am a very upset Pokemon Showdown player.
Oh.
Yes, I do streaming on Twitch, and I've also gotten into doing Pokemon Showdown videos. However, let's just say the new generation hasn't been kind to what I like to do.
Oh.
I'm so sad.
Do you like your Jigglypuffs to stay on the ground?
What?
There's been a lot of videos of Jigglypuffs in the wild just floating away into the air, and I'm not sure if it's like a glitch or something, but I've just been seeing a lot of that.
I need to see that now. but yeah, I play Gamma Linguini, a nun who is currently de-nunning. Wait, does that make sense?
Yeah. She's nunnant.
Yeah, nunnant.
Let's see. When are we updating the profile picture to be this now?
I felt like.
Oh yeah.
I felt like to right now wasn't the right time because she hasn't actually changed anything yet. But once the changes can commence, then it shall.
Right.
Once we unpack all those groceries we just bought.
Yeah.
The mall trip.
Mm-hmm.
Mall trip.
And who is this wonderful little Santa bean on the end of the list here?
Oh yeah, shoot, I forgot I had
That is adorable.
Yeah,
it is.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, no, I've got a little Pataru illustration made by the wonderful Lorelei Sylvanas. This is not a plug. This is totally a plug. No.
I mean, look at that hat. Right. Look at the hat.
It's so
the
fucking
hat's
cute.
Wonderful. Gosh, I wish I could commission one of those. You know what? Maybe I should just just dig into savings and do it.
Consider it. That said, hi, I'm ID10_T if you want to be my mother and say my full name. I am your resident tech gremlin and VTube tech specialist person. I've been working on a lot of videos recently, but I also stream on Twitch at ID10_T if you happen to want to find me there. I've especially been helping out a lot of people recently with getting their intros made, which are in progress, and working on TikToks and YouTube Shorts and all that little fun, wacky stuff. So that's what I do. Everything I touch dies, but otherwise it's fine.
And who do you play in this campaign?
That's important. I'm playing as Ethan Gardner. I'm sort of the older guy in the group who's seen everything, and I'm from New York City. Eotidiss here seems to think I'm from Boston, or like Tampa Bay, or like Austin, or like San Francisco, or
today I was going to say Philadelphia, but okay.
Damn it. Oh, Philly would be pretty appropriate for his attitude, but Ethan is a hapless nerd / office worker who awakened to his magical abilities and was kind of thrown through the ringer almost immediately and tossed on a mission about a month into learning about all this stuff with these people. And he does not know what is going on. He is still very confused as to what is going on. He's learning slowly. And, we might have our homeless friend to pin against a wall and ask very pointed questions to this time. So.
Yes. Now, he hasn't been through that recently already. So.
Oh, great. He softened up.
Perfect. Speaking of things that have recently happened, who wants to take a stab at the recap? What happened on the last exciting episode?
Well,
let's hear it from Gemma's point of view this time.
Oh boy.
Okay. I will go over the stuff that Gemma was there for. So basically, Gemma woke up at the church like she usually does, and Father Andrews came in after being ill, which was fine and all. However, Gemma forgot to fix the office because in the office we had opened a box that may or may not be cursed and definitely had enchanted papers in it. However, upon opening the box, it also flipped all the crosses upside down. So, of course, whenever Father Andrews saw that, he was very disappointed in Gemma. And then afterwards, Gemma kind of had this whole, moment of, I'm not doing good at this whole thing. And she's basically running away from home at the moment. So, she decides to go to her friend, who happens to be a famous face surgeon billionaire, and is like, hey, can I bum at your house and get some cash? And Nicholas, being a bro, a real paragon of generosity, is like, yeah. And then all of us went to the mall.
Paragon of generosity. Yeah, sure, yeah. Whatever.
Then we all had a mall episode. But part of that was we were procrastinating, or at least Nicholas was procrastinating, having to talk to Miss Williams.
Yes.
Yes, okay, I got the name right. About a certain incident, because a certain someone got assaulted, but that the assault wait, is it
assailant
or assault? Assailant, thank you.
Yes.
The assailant was actually looking for someone else. And I feel like that's a part that is better left to be explained by someone else.
Yeah. And now you're also an e-girl now, right?
Yes. Gemma's new fashion, since she doesn't feel like she should be wearing a habit all the time since she's basically running away from home. She picked up a lot of her clothes from Hot Topic. So, just, let that be known.
Oh god, the e-girlification of Gemma has begun.
She went from gothic to goth.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Gothic
accurate.
to... Sorry, in the words of my immortal, gothic to gothic.
Gothic.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, but that is just from Gemma's point of view. There were some other things going on, so why not either Ethan or Anthony fill us in on the other things that happened that day?
Oh, you see, it was a very, very uneventful day. We got up. I made a bunch of muffins. I thought that the wonderful police officers who responded to that call about the assailant, I felt like they did such a great job. They deserved muffins. So I went over there and was just very generously handing them out. And, I did have some questions about the assailant, and I wanted to speak to him. So, I asked about that, and after a few muffins, they allowed me and Ethan to go back there and try to question the guy. However, the guy seems to be completely knocked out and unable to be woken up. So that was kind of a bust, although we did find out that he almost died overnight. That was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And while we were there, we did run into Ms. Williams, who wanted us to all meet at the bank later.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Why was Miss Williams at the police office?
Because apparently being a bank manager that manages everything in the town also, means that people call on her for IT stuff whenever there's IT trouble, even at the police station.
Interesting. That sounds weird.
I mean, it's a small town. I mean, things like that must be common.
Mm-hmm. But then I suppose you guys went out to shopping, and what happened after shopping?
We then came back. We went to the bank, and we're just going into the meeting room. And Ms. Williams is starting to ask us questions.
Yes, very direct and pointed questions.
Questions that some of us may not want to answer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's only if you don't have an answer.
Right. Well, before we pick up, I think it is important to say what the cliffhanger we dropped off on was. What was her reveal to you all?
9/11 was an inside job.
Yes, and the jet fuel, steel beams, blah, 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 blah. But what did she reveal to you all? We're not talking about playing in for everybody knows that character. Come on.
Unfortunately, my headset cut out and died just when you were doing this reveal, so I literally don't know what she said.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, to remind you all, you sat in there, and she, first of all, Harry was there, as Ethan mentioned. Harry is alive, at least he appears to be, and he was in the conference room as well. So there was that, and then on top of that, she revealed that she was able to listen in on the phone call conversation between Anthony and Nicholas, because she has access to all communications going in and out of Pleasant Valley. And because of that, she learned that this assailant is looking for someone named Lorenzo. And she knows that that Anthony and Nicholas know something about it.
What?
She is the big brother.
She is Big Brother.
She is the mommy of this town.
What you don't know is this
Mommy?
whole
What?
town is the Truman Show. All the
Oh,
NPCs
no.
are actors.
Oh, please don't let that be actual. God.
Your-
The dragon takes off the mask and it's like, oh, old man Smithers.
This is actually just WandaVision all over again.
God, I love the first half of that show. So good.
So, with that, let's pick up where we left off. Margaret is asking Anthony and Nicholas who this Lorenzo person is, and she knows that you know something.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to stay quiet.
So, how did she phrase the question again?
I believe she said, I listened to the call. I know that he was there looking for a man named Lorenzo, and that you have some connection to him. If we're going to have intruders of this caliber coming into town and wantonly causing violence, For your protection, my own, and for this town, we need to know.
You're right. You do need to know about Lorenzo.
What the fuck is a Lorenzo?
What's a Lorenzo?
What's a Lorenzo? That's not. Wait, that's a name.
Oh, it's a name.
Lorenzo was someone that we knew growing up. He was very close to Nicholas and myself. But as time went on, there seemed to be some distance, less communication between all parties. Suddenly, a few months ago, something happened. There was an odd call. Things didn't really make sense. And ever since then, Lorenzo has vanished. So part of it is me and Nicholas are a little concerned as to the circumstances that caused that to happen. I guess we didn't think that these people would find that type of connection and come straight to here.
It's very peculiar. I know the Bissett family has stayed in Pleasant Valley for as long as I can remember, and I don't remember young Nicholas here hanging around anyone by that name. Perhaps I just don't know your family as well as I thought. She glares at Nicholas.
I glare back.
Ah, the Uno reverse. I see. You've
I'm
trained
having
really
none
well.
of this conversation.
So this Lorenzo is someone that they're after. You knew about them, and you say a couple months back they went missing. Where were they last at?
Last we know of Lorenzo was in Chicago.
Chicago, right. She starts tapping into her laptop in front of her, taking notes. And what sort of trouble or business was Lorenzo in that he may have people of a magical nature searching him down?
Well, that's the thing. It's really hard to say. But I mean, if you're in trouble and you're in Chicago, there's a good couple of different things that you could have fallen into.
Yes,
Get
it's
into that
not.
trouble.
This isn't speculation that I'm looking for. I just want answers. If you don't have them, then tell me that. I can speculate all night. This meeting is not for that.
I don't fully have the answers on what happened.
Was this Lorenzo also a mage? It seems that both of you have come into your own walking. Your will working has manifested. Perhaps this Lorenzo too was a will worker?
That is highly likely.
But you can't confirm. This is very bothersome. You've been at least amenable so far in agreeing to this meeting and joining me. I've given you a little bit of information from my side. I'm showing you that your friend, companion, mentor, whoever Harry is to you is fine. Harry looks at you and then takes a cup that's got some really watered down coffee in it, and he just sips it a little bit and puts it back on the table and gives a little wave. Yes. So, let me be blunt. The entire reason that we made the contract about a week ago was to make sure that the goings-on of this town didn't raise any eyebrows, and it didn't attract any attention. And now, only a week in, due, I'm assuming, in some part to these two, she points to Nicholas and Anthony, that all of that was for nothing. Because now we have some kind of organization knocking at my doorstep. Additionally, now the Cult of Ecstasy has their foot in here. So eyes seem to be peering down on Pleasant Valley, regardless of what's going on with the spirits in this town. And so we need to switch gears. This is no longer just about trying to keep things quiet. We are now facing a violent threat. Here's the information that I can give you. Last night, / this early morning, I was able to go to the police station after convincing Captain Sullivan that his equipment needed some adjustments, some maintenance, let's say. And while I was there, I was able to do a little bit of reconnaissance on the person that was locked up. And I can tell you that he is not the person that you spoke with in your house, Nicholas.
What?
The body is the same. But at the time that he was speaking with you, he was under the control of another person.
Oh, son of a...
It appears that when you knocked him out, it seemed to have disrupted in some way whatever control mechanism this person had. But I could see that his pattern had these little strings attached to it. I don't have a lot of information. By the time I got to him, a lot of it had already dissipated. But I can tell you assuredly that when he awakes, he'll have no knowledge of what happened. And I can also say his memory is disturbing. The recounting of the events that happened up until the point where he lost consciousness. It's honestly hard to even overhear the conversation you're having because in his mind, he was screaming to stop, to not do this, to let him have control back. In his mind, he was yelling and screaming at whatever this entity is, but to no avail. So I do not know who it was, but I do know this. They are capable of taking control of human minds, and they are willing to use them as pawns. So whatever this person or group is that's trying to find this Lorenzo character, they are not something to take lightly.
Is this person also a mage?
The one that's in the police custody, certainly not.
So they were able to use magic through him as a proxy?
It appears so.
Is there some sort of precedent for that?
It's
like, has that? You don't know anyone who's ever done that before?
I can't say I've seen such a thing before, but at the same time, will workers are of varied disciplines, capabilities. And out in the world, there are so many various spirits and other supernatural entities that it may not even be a mage. But that is what my presumption is right now. A very, very talented mind mage. Perhaps even another correspondence. It may be that they pretended to make them use magic in your presence, but it was actually done over a large distance. Again, with the limited knowledge I have, the only thing I can do is operate based off his own memories. And in those memories, he is not a mage. He is not awakened. And he has no knowledge or power over the things that he did leading up to the assault.
Nicholas is incredibly upset and disturbed by this information.
Now, why did he almost die?
It's hard to say. I can't pinpoint exactly, but if I were to imagine, it might have something to do with being incredibly separated from your own body, when your mind and body are in disconnect, and then getting into a tussle, and then having a bunch of medical concoctions added into your body on top of that. That might be more than he could normally withstand. Some sort of withdrawal from whatever mind magic that was ripped out of him in that moment could be it. It's hard to say.
So you said he got the good drugs and also got fucked up on magic? Holy shit.
It's probably a combination of the two, if not just the stress. Imagine the memories were a bit jumbled, and it's hard to say at what point he was taking control of. It's splotchy and dotted, but he traveled very far before he arrived at your place. I assume he was under these effects for possibly days. And then suddenly having that brought back to you, maybe an intense feeling, the sensations of having control again. Who's to say? But this also posed an additional problem. Had this been a normal, conscious being in full control of themselves, it would have been easy for me to simply edit those memories myself and perhaps move him to a different location. That way, whoever they worked for, whatever organization, we could have just let them think nothing had happened here. Who knows? They may not have even known about Pleasant Valley after that. The real problem is that whoever was controlling him saw you. They most likely have full knowledge that you are here and that you're a will worker. And now if I do anything to this pawn, they'll also know other things are afoot, which puts us in a very precarious situation. I can't just make this disappear. Someone out there knows, and we need to make preparations for their arrival. Is that clear?
Crystal.
So, before we say anything else, are you absolutely certain that there's nothing else you can tell me about this Lorenzo that may help us understand this organization or person that was controlling this man, and what we could do to defend ourselves against them?
He was in with the Giovanni family.
Oh?
Last I heard, they got attacked. Only thing that he mentioned he knew about the attackers was that they were supernaturally fast, extremely tough, like almost couldn't die. And their group was called the Zetskas.
My. Now that is a lot of useful information. For what reason would you hold that back?
You haven't proven yourself to be very trustworthy, for one.
I've held up my bargain.
You've also spied on everything we've done here. And set over private conversations.
Mm.
Pretty much I don't like being spied on.
Understandable, as evidenced by my control over the town and of this man here. She looks at Harry. I can empathize with that. However, in this case, it did allow me to get a step ahead of whatever's going on. If only I had even more control, I may have prevented him even arriving at your house, Nicholas. But hindsight's 20/20, isn't it? Even as a time mage. Now, the reason why we need to renegotiate this contract is clearly we are in a different context now. I presume before we have to deal with this matter that you've gotten the spirits under control. I've not seen hide nor hair of the harvest spirit for several days now.
Oh, yeah, we have him.
He likes
Don't
really
worry.
good cooking.
Yes, he does.
Well, I'll put that in my notes then. It's good to know that that is a way to keep him under control.
We still need to deal with the famine spirits.
Those are the bigger issue.
They are. Well then, is there any other information that you have about those? Perhaps that's something we can take care of before the next intrusion. Or is it still the same amount of information? Something to do with the cave and the mines?
We were hoping that Harry, was it?
Yep.
Would have more
Harry.
information for us about it.
Alright, well, best I can tell you is when I was in that area, them little Chibawats, they just keep coming out of that place. They're like a festering den in there, and they like to come out. And they, mostly saw them around there with, Thumbacul. Always bothering them. Bothering the farmers. And, seem to be just, chewing them up. I was hoping to get some help with, getting down into the mines. That's why I had Colt bring Ethan here. And, after Miss Williams here and I had several long conversations in a, as she put it, undisclosed location, even to reality itself, apparently. We were able to hash out that it'd be best in both of our interests if we didn't dig any deeper to what each other were doing here. It'd be a real shame if there was any animosity between our groups in this nice little town, so we're just gonna agree to see eye to eye with each other on this. And then at the same time, this whole heckin' can of worms popped open, and, well, I kind of feel like I might be able to give a hand at least on the taking care of the spirits while you all take care of whatever the mess is. So I'm here to, I'll lend a hand however I can.
Hold on, Harry. You mentioned our groups. Does that mean that Margaret's part of a group like Ethan is?
I think you'll...
Margaret puts her hand up and she looks at him. Of course. Anyone who's been in the game as long as I have, you're going to need to have connections. Almost everything you do will have an effect on someone else, somewhere else, someone else. And making sure you have some backup or someone else with their resources and knowledge is a natural part of growth. For some of us, we don't like to rely heavily on those people, but to completely eschew yourself of them is also a folly. It's an arrogance.
I see.
So, before I go ahead with any game plan over what I assume would be the best way to go forward, does anybody else have any information, not only about this group, about the spirits, or any other oddities in town? For example, she looks over at Gemma and goes, is there a particular reason that you have redressed yourself? You seemed quite attached to the previous look you had.
Oh, well, it was just my friends said that, like the habit's nice and all, but like having a wider wardrobe creates a more developed person. And besides, with everything that we've been doing, I've been having a habit of destroying my habits. Haha, see what I did there? That was like a little bit of wordplay. But yeah, I'm you know, I don't really like tearing my clothes.
Well, I can't exactly approve of this new look, but I also feel like it is way more becoming of a mage to not run around in a long dress in the middle of the woods. I think this is going to be much more safe for you.
I can agree.
But this has nothing to do with her.
What? No. No, it doesn't have anything to do with her.
So that's the last thing I need. At a moment where the spiritual energy in this town is returning to its most chaotic state, and now some sort of powerful entity is looking to dig into our town and find someone who is wrapped up in the paranormal and been missing for a couple months. I would love to avoid having her show up. That would only make things worse.
I think we might have found something about that a little bit. That it wasn't just her.
It wasn't just her?
Well, I mean, before, these spirits seemed to be connected to another mage.
She has a mentor?
The one that we were looking into in the woods.
Ah. The one at the cabin, you said.
That's right.
So it was more than just folklore? There was a witch in a cabin?
Yes, and
Seems to be.
Yep.
she had a particular connection with the spirits around here.
No offense, young Gemma, but it's always difficult for me to take these fantastical stories seriously, despite knowing that the world is full of magic and that those with will-working abilities can bend reality. There's so often many people that hear a errant sound and attribute it to some weird and phantasmal thing. It becomes tiresome looking into every single story and expecting to find some sort of magical seed that it grew out of. So, I hope you can forgive me for not trusting you when you said that there was something out in the woods. You clearly knew what you were talking about. As a matter of fact, is that a loose end that's been tied up? Is there anything in that cabin that could be a source of distress or possibly raise eyebrows and attention?
Does that have to be in the cabin?
There is an area around that cabin that's not very pleasant.
Oh yeah, no.
Got
So
a life-draining field around it.
My.
Yes.
And how do you know this?
We were there.
It was draining my life.
Yeah, it did not feel pleasant. It was just it hurt. Although I do think being launched 30 feet into the air and then back down onto the ground hurt more.
I'll not ask for the details on that unless it has something to do with this area. I presume this is the hijinks of your little collective here.
I didn't set up the field, if that's what you're asking.
Precisely. In that case, then, any other matters that I should know about? I might be able to find some way to unweave that, but as long as it's out in the woods and secluded, that might be a mission we can save for another day, as long as nobody else is aware of that out there.
Well, eventually I've got to look into these time-traveling dolls.
Time-traveling dolls. That's right. That's right. You did tell me about that.
There's more than one now.
Yeah, there's two.
Well, yeah, there's an extra run around. Ain't great.
Very
Both showed
interesting.
up in the bakery.
And any information
Wondering
further?
if I should get some sort of haunting insurance at this point.
They're from like 100 years ago.
You know, around that time, everything else that was erased out of this town's history was.
Does seem to be quite a few coincidences relating to that, isn't there? And it doesn't take that many coincidences before something seems to be a pattern. Well, I'll add that in there, but I'll tell you, when it happens in the same place twice, that doesn't give me any new information to go off of.
Other thing we know about is Thumical does not like them.
Thumical. You mean the harvest spirit?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yep, that's his name, Thumical.
I'll take your word at it. She
Apparently,
continues to type.
he likes French fries.
Seems to like a lot of things.
Honestly, any food will do. Although, he did enjoy what our chef here cooked up. Points over.
Many times, yes.
Yeah.
Right. Well, knowing that we could be dealing with a very powerful mind mage, I want to make sure that none of you are already under his spell. So, I took the liberty of ensuring that any mind-related enchantments that you may have had on you were subsequently dispelled upon walking into the bank. However, one of you seems to have maintained it.
Huh? Oh, what do you mean?
Wasn't me.
I can sense it. It's reasonably powerful considering your level. I'm not sure if you expected me to do that to you, but I applaud you for your precautionary measures. Though I think I can sense that it's not the same magic that was applied to the man in the police office. So I will not say any more than that. But I believe everyone in here can be trusted to not be under that persuasion. Now, moving forward, any communication that we have, I believe, should take place within this sanctuary here in order to relieve ourselves of that stress. Anytime you come into this conference room, you should feel a wave of my demystifying force upon your mind. It may not be as powerful as that mage, but I will work to strengthen it to ensure it. That's what I can do on my part. For you all, we'll need to be on high alert. Any new faces in town, you should be suspicious of. And without knowing more about this entity or this group, whatever it may be, it's hard to make preparations. So I'm going to switch into full-on research mode. I'm going to use the information you gave me, the Giovannis, the Zetskas, Chicago, this Lorenzo character that you're connected to. I'll have to do a deep dive into their past and see what information I can find. The more we know, the more prepared we'll be. And we may be able to not only save my dear project, but also Nicholas, your town, and Anthony, your bakery. Ethan, this may be the wonderful adventure you've been looking for, and Gemma, I'm not sure what it is that you would desire out of this, but I hope you're here to help your friends, if not this town.
I assure you I am.
Right. Before we break this meeting, I wish to draft a new contract. where we agree that despite any differences we may have in the moment, that until this is dealt with, that we cooperate with each other. We share information to the best of our abilities. I cannot disclose my entire hand, as it is part of my responsibility not to. But for the purposes of preserving the lives of each of us here and those of Pleasant Valley, I think it is necessary for us to make sure that on paper we are straightforward with each other. We will not stab one another in the back in this trying time.
I can agree to that.
I can agree as well.
She looks at Ethan.
Yes, sounds like a little bit of a better agreement than just do this and get the hell out of the town.
Nicholas.
I'd like to see it in writing.
She lifts up the laptop and there's a piece of paper underneath of it. She looks it over, putting on her glasses, and she takes her finger and waves back and forth against the lines and then hands it over to you. It essentially says that she will cooperate with you all as you will cooperate with her until the moment when everyone agrees that the threat posed by whatever this outside agency or individual has been dealt with. Until and this truce is only binding for as long as all parties have maintained it. So, of course, as soon as any one of you breaks the truce is off for everyone.
This mostly seems good, but I would rather like a section in here where you'll stop listening in on my private phone calls, especially since I have, professional responsibilities to privacy of my clients and the like.
I'm not sure if I could agree with that, Nicholas. First of all, the transmission of data and the collection of it is indiscriminate. Entirely all information going in and out of Pleasant Valley is essentially captured and stored. Per the length of this truce, I could at least say to not save that information, or perhaps, better yet, I could redirect it so that your own information is privately stored in your estate. That could be arranged. However, I could not, in honesty, say that I could selectively stop the recording of your private information without seriously destroying my ability to control any of it.
Then at least cordoning off whatever traffic comes from my personal phone to a separate... I have some computer. I have one computer.
Yeah.
I can probably say some tech things. to a separated section that requires, extra authentication to access. I cannot have my client's information given to me and privacy just accessible by random people, even if they are nominally in control of this town for the moment.
Right. Well, I understand in the unawakened world how important it is to ensure the privacy of your clients and whatnot. But I'm dealing with matters on a macroscopic scale, several magnitudes larger than that.
And you'll tell me who your people are and all the information about those backing you and you're working for then?
Absolutely not.
So you do understand that in the Mage's world as well, there are matters of privacy that matter.
True, but these matters have in their hands the lives of millions, whereas yours is the matter of lives in the digits, maybe tens, dozens at most. If my little project here does not remain in secrecy, it does dispel disaster, possibly worldwide.
That escalated quickly.
That is a bold claim to make. I could believe that it matters towards everybody in this town, for certain, but given that you've hinted at much more powerful organizations, even if whoever these people are come in and slaughter everybody here, I very much doubt it would lead to some sort of worldwide catastrophe.
Yeah,
It's not a matter of the lives of the people in Pleasant Valley, which, don't get me wrong, I do wish to protect them. I've grown to like and feel personally responsible for many of them. But the project is of great importance, and it has been my life's work, and it requires secrecy. This group is after this Lorenzo character. I don't believe they are aware of this project or anything resulting from it. But if it is a powerful entity and they acquire that knowledge, they come about it, then it could cause a collapse of that magnitude. Which is why I am being so serious and forthcoming with this information. You must understand, the reason I need your help in this is that it is now something I cannot handle alone while maintaining the other things I must maintain.
I understand that you believe you have great responsibilities, even if you won't share them with us. But what about them requires you to have access to my patients' procedures and my conversations with them?
Let's say, for instance, one of your patients was under the spell that this man was. Any information that I might be able to trace from a phone call that made to your clinic or any sort of communication going there or back might be the clues that I need. And without you knowing yourself what things to look for, it just cuts out the middleman and allows me direct access to it. And with immediate response. Or even then, if you get yourself in a bind in a terrible situation and you're unable to reach me, there may be some form of surveillance that I'm performing in town that will allow me to make sure that you are safe. However, if you say that I am not allowed to have my little feelers about in places that would make you uncomfortable, then that also means that I can't provide that security to you.
Quite willing to take that risk.
In that case, then, I will draft an addendum to this contract to say that I will cease surveillance for communications in the Beset estate, but it would have to be done in the manner in which I had previously described. I can reroute the traffic to you, and it will be saved in some form or format.
I can agree to that.
The system is built with extreme safety protocols. If there is ever a failure to be able to write that information, it will go to a backup storage on my side. So if you think yourself wise and you try to stop the storage in your own personal side, it will fall back on me.
As long as you agree not to purposely sabotage it so you get your own backups whenever. I won't have that loophole after you've shown that you can mess with the technology around here.
Understandable. It will be drafted into the contract. Is there any other recommendations for changes here? Anthony, Ethan, Gemma.
I've got no other problems.
I gotta be honest. What exactly are we up against here?
That is the question of the day, isn't it? We don't know. And until I can do some more research based off of the information that Anthony has just given to me, I'm also a little bit in the dark here. The only thing I know is that they are at least powerful enough to control someone remotely and cast magic through them. Or at least appear to. And possibly something else. But we don't know. If you have any information, then please let us all know. No other objections, then?
Not sound like it.
No, I don't believe so.
She takes the paper off the table that was in front of Nicholas, and she rips that up and then tosses it, turns her chair around where there's a little paper shredder next to the trash can hanging over it, and she just puts it in there and it shreds it up. And she lifts her laptop up, and there's a new contract just beneath it, and she hands it over to Nicholas, and you can now see that there's been an addendum added onto it that clarifies that any surveillance of the Beset estate and property belonging thereto will instead be stored on private, data that you have control over for the duration of the contract period.
All right. Gives me a good couple weeks to figure out how to get bypasses in here at some point.
And there's a little cup full of pins in the middle of the conference table. She gestures to with an open hand.
I mean, I'll use my own pin that I keep with me with my clipboard and everything.
Go right ahead.
I'm gonna touch her pins. Who knows what she's done to those?
No.
I will grab a pen and sign.
All right. The paper gets passed along, goes from Nicholas to Anthony, Gemma. Do you sign, Gemma?
I do, in fact, sign.
To
Yes.
Ethan. Ethan?
He said he was going to be right back in the chat.
Oh, my bad.
He got a call.
I didn't have that open. Well, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I assume he'll sign. And then to Harry, and we can retcon that if he wants to do anything different. And then it comes back to Margaret, who signs it once more. Not once more, but she also signs it. Now that we can agree to this truce, we've shared some information. I believe the best thing that we can do now is allow me time to do some preparation. I need to dive into these Zetskas and see what they're up to, and perhaps learn about this Giovanni family that this Lorenzo character was wrapped up in. And you said he's been missing for 2 months now.
In a few months, yes.
A few months, okay. And how did you know about his issues with this Giovanni family and Zetskas?
That's what he said in the last call that he made.
Right. Well, Nicholas, can you corroborate this information?
I can corroborate that we learned through a phone call, yes.
Understandable. Right. Well, I will look into that. For the meantime, I believe the storm that approaches is going to be a violent one. You may do well to hone your individual crafts in these upcoming days, and be on high alert. Even though this one seemed pretty frail, I imagine that what's waiting for us around the corner is not going to be so easily dispatched. If you have questions, I can try to answer them. I can give direction in the best ways that I can. Knowing that we're cooperating together, I would appreciate any of my allies being not only competent, but capable. So, I will try to help. And Harry here, despite his lack of knowledge in other fields, does seem to be quite adept in the matters of the spirit. He may be an aid to you in other ways, perhaps as a mentor of sorts.
Well, that's the nicest thing you said about me yet.
Right. Now, anything else? I really should get to work now. No? Then, see yourselves to the door, and if I need to call you about this matter, I will reach out to you, Nicholas, and try to not speak in certain terms, if you know what I mean.
Very well. Have a good day, Miss Williams.
Same to you all. Good luck. She gestures towards the door.
I assume we all leave then.
I'll leave.
Mm-hmm. And Harry stumbles out with you all. He's still got his little cup of watered down coffee in hand.
I need to go get me some McDonald's. I've got a hankering for them chicken nuggets.
Well, I'm gonna, out of character, I do believe ID10 had said something about how he wanted to talk to Harry. So, I don't know how long it will be before he gets back on here, but I don't want to pass too far up on opportunity for him to confront his previous mentor.
Okay.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
We were still talking about, upping my arete and stuff, right? And that's still going to require a special session before I can spend those points?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yes, we need to do a spirit journey of sorts for you.
With this new information we've got, Nicholas is going to be like jumping a lot harder into mind than I was originally planning for him to.
Okay.
So I don't know if I was going to go into my third dot of mind first and then jump up to 4 arete, or do 4 arete and then jump up to the mind. I didn't know how. After this session, I'll have the experience to do both. So I wasn't sure if we're going to have that anytime soon, so it mattered, or if we're going to have like the regular downtime and I just like throw it in the mind and then get the arete later.
It kind of depends on what you guys want to do with your training arc now. Like I would say for your arete increase, what we might want to do is have a couple hours outside of the normal scheduled time for Mage, and instead do that as your like solo, like a 1v1 session that we can record. And then that can be like your arete increase, because it's supposed to be very, very personal and important to your character. If we want to do that on stream, we can kind of do it like we did the session 0. If other people want to do their,
their own sort of big boosts.
Yeah. But I feel like the arete one is supposed to be very special. Kind of like the avatar raise, but even more. There's supposed to be a lot of conflict to overcome and things related specifically to your personal story.
All right, then we can do a plan on that. It wasn't a big deal. I just didn't know if we'd have the downtime like to end the session where I'd need to figure out what I was going to spend stuff on, or if that was going to be, a later thing.
If does anybody else, if we were to do downtime on this one, would you all be ready to spend your experience points?
Yes.
I believe so.
Mm-hmm. Then at the very least we can get everyone else knocked out and then see what we can get done for yours. And I know in the book it suggests that if you are doing it with other players, they can be representative of certain things. They can basically role play out characters in the theater of your mind. We could always do something like that as well, if that sounds interesting to everyone.
Yeah.
I think
actually,
that sounds good.
Yeah. With the reorganizing of my character from last time, I actually don't have a lot of XP to play with, unfortunately.
Understandable. Lucas said that while you stepped away, you wanted to have a conversation with Harry. We just had you guys sign the contract. I assumed you would be okay after the addendums were made, but was there anything you may have argued against?
No, I didn't see any major issues with it at all.
Okay, then you guys have just left the meeting. Harry is with you all, and he's saying that he has a hankering for some McDonald's.
Oh my god. Of course the dude's been, like, in captivity for days? Couple days?
Several days.
Oh god, do we have to do the talk of the McDonald's?
Well, we can get McDonald's and we can have the talk.
No, do I need to pin this motherfucker against a wall in a McDonald's to explain all he knows?
Why do you have to pin him against the wall?
I maybe metaphorical, I don't know.
I mean, if you want some more privacy, I'm sure we have some room in the mansion that would help with that.
Why do you have an interrogation room in the mansion?
Why not?
You said it was an interrogation room. You said you just wanted to pin someone against a wall.
No, that's not... Wait, what? Sorry, in character I'd ask. Wait, what kind of parties are you holding there? What the fuck, dude? I'm not gonna king shame, but I'm gonna king shame a little.
I mean, you can pin anybody against any type of wall. It doesn't have to be a specific wall just for it.
Yeah, as long as they're all structurally significant. The point is, I want to ask him some questions, because he never got to actually catch me up on things since day literal one. I'm getting an info dump whether he likes it or not.
Alright. That seems fair enough to me.
Oh, you've been listening this whole time, shit.
I mean, this is on point for our group.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, he is right here with us.
I did say he was standing there with you.
Alrighty, we can kind of skip all the violence. Let's just move on now to that. Alright, cough it up.
Alright, well...
What the hell is going on from your perspective?
Well, it was like... only about a month or so ago. Came into town. Just passing on through. Sort of a vagrant. Don't like to stay in one place too long. Just come and go as I please. Notice this town is kind of dreary, to say the least. And, seemed like there were these little things all over the place. And they really like to bother this one big son bitch spirit hanging out in the farmer's market. And that big guy, ended up calling him Thaumacool. And I spent a couple nights next to him. Gave him some of my french fries. Seemed to take a liking to me. But I noticed that them little things also took a liking to him. And it seemed to just make matters worse. Now, I got on the case. As part of me going around from place to place, sometimes, you bump into trouble. Like them old Scooby-Doo cartoons, you find out about old man Pitchford down the road having a problem, and then you find out it's some spirit from like 30 years ago that never quite got their rest, and now they're lashing out, and you gotta help put it down. Things like that happen all the time. Very rare. Very random. But I've seen it. Seen a lot of times. So I figured I'd do my part. Help clean up the town. Didn't take me too long to find out that them little things were coming from the woods. And not too long after that, found my way out into the middle of the woods and realized I was stumbling over the own path I'd been walking every time I went out there. And sometimes I thought, maybe I was just a little too hungry, or maybe I had a little bit too much to drink that day or something. But eventually I realized that there was something else going on, something peculiar. And that's when I realized it must have been something magical. So, it wasn't just a spirit on its own, there's something else that was going on. And there was some teleporty tomfoolery that was happening. It seemed to be protecting them, or blocking them. So I thought whoever was up to it, probably in cahoots. So I did a little more digging. And there were a couple times I was able to coax Thaumacool away from the farmer's market. I thought maybe I could drag him out to the woods with me, have him take a look at it. He was not too powerful, it seems. He's big in volume, size, or whatever. He's a pretty big boy, but at the same time, he doesn't seem to do a whole lot other than occasionally I see some like purple flowers or something come from him. But considering his relationship, I thought he had something to do with it. But boy, oh boy, every time I tried to drag him away, one after another, each time that old bank lady would show up. And she would try to get him back in there, wrangle him back over to that farmer's market. I'd coax him out again, and she'd come right out. That's when I put the two together. I figured she was probably the one that had something to do with it. And I thought she was causing all that trouble, bringing these little spirits out. So, I thought I'd give a ring to Bartholomew and the cult and see if I could bring someone out here and undo her little trap out there for me. And then I could get all this cleared up without ever poking my head out in the sunlight. And we would get this all done lickety-split. I didn't imagine that she'd be able to do as much as she has done. For that, I didn't realize how far over my head I had gotten myself in here.
So what you tell me is, you don't know what's happening either.
Well, not without going a little bit deeper into that forest. We gotta get that cleared up. She doesn't seem exactly forthright with it. But I can tell you, when she essentially kidnapped me, well, yeah, that's basically it. She had me locked up in a room down there. Wasn't exactly torture, but I know she was prying around in my brain. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what she was doing. But she does have something going on down there. She made me sign a contract. As part of it, I agreed that if I thought, after being shown what it is she was working on, that it deserved to stay in secret, then my memory of it would be wiped. But if I didn't agree, then I would have memory of it. So I signed the contract, and I can tell you right now, I don't have a fucking faint memory of what happened down there. So, either I honored the contract, and that's what happened, or she just did it anyway. I can't tell you for sure. But that's what I can tell you. I signed a piece of paper saying I would willfully give up my memory if I thought it would be in the best interest. And that's what happened. But I'm right there with you. Anyone who kidnaps me out of McDonald's is not someone I'm exactly trusting.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when they seem to be covering up something that's causing a little bit of distress to the spirits around here. Makes me wonder what it's for. But I also can't deny that she seems to be trying to stop any kind of problems in the town, so I'm a little conflicted.
And what's your view on this plan of hers that would have world or global overarching consequences?
Well, if I were to presume that the thing that I saw down there was worth keeping secret, it might be. But at the same time, I don't know. You all talking about computers and stuff is just not my cup of tea. I don't understand any of that. So if it had something to do with that, then, gosh, it very well might have. Who knows? But then again, she might be bluffing. Shoot, that might just be all the dead bodies she keeps down there of all the people that she's bumped heads with over the years. For all I know. I know that's not a lot of help, but I'm a little bit stuck here. I could tell the cult that this little plan of mine didn't work out, but now I feel like I'm a bit trapped here. She's gonna keep me at arm's length. She doesn't want me going and blabbering about stuff. At the same time, I don't want her blabbering about me. And he looks down to the ground and looks away.
I'll look over at Ethan. Is that everything you wanted?
Sort of kind of confirms to me that we're sort of on our own here. He was just the messenger who got me in the first place.
Yeah.
Damn
I just wanted to clean up a mess I saw, and I thought I could just ask the cult to send me someone to do a little bit of cleaning up of something outside my space, but now we're really in it. I don't know if I should call Bartholomew again. I probably should, but at the same time, I feel like roping more people in will get this even worse.
I mean, with the amount of eyes we're getting on it from whoever these unknown douchebags are, yeah, no.
But at the same time, I don't want to die. I don't want to see
die.
anything happen to you all. I don't want to see anything happen in this town. And I feel like we're undergunned. We got a bunch of me, and I know I'm not the most studious mage out there. I'm not cross-disciplined or anything like that. And I know you all are pretty fresh yourselves.
I mean, I got what about a month of training? I'm all good. Yeah. I don't know about these guys here.
Well,
about
Training?
that,
Oh?
I was actually wanting to ask you, Harry. Since you seem more adept at the whole spirit stuff, I was wondering if there was anything I could learn from you.
oh yeah. I'm sure there's something I could teach you. I know a thing or two about them spirits. I've been walking around this this dang old land for quite a while. I could show you a thing or two. That goes for any of you as well. I could try to teach you, best I can.
I appreciate the offer.
I would like to take you up on it.
Right then. Well, I'd love to help you right away, but I really am famished. Is there something to eat around here?
I'd offer you our kitchen, but last I checked, we need to do a grocery run.
We should probably go.
We
I'd
can
say we
get you
go
some
do that.
McDonald's.
Oh God, can we get this guy something better than McDonald's? Come on.
Not that quickly, no.
Fast, yeah. No, that's what's called fast food.
That is kind of the point.
Well, and you guys head out to the McDonald's then?
We only brought one car, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Curses.
You don't want the homeless man in there?
No,
6
I
of
was
you
just like,
crammed into a car?
he can get the McDonald's and I can go shopping so we can have better food. I guess I can just drop him off.
Yeah.
All right. How filthy is he?
He's pretty gross.
All right. I'm
Like, if
gonna
you-
get a towel out of a blanket out of the bathroom, cover the seat for him to sit in.
He smells of sweat, mold, you name it. Mangy
And roll
hair.
down the windows.
Mm-hmm. He has quite a pungent aroma about him.
You know, that does remind me. He's a homeless guy, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
As we're walking, I'm gonna clean my glasses off and do a bit of a life sight to see if he's all healthy and the like. I don't want him running around with like parasites or something from all this McDonald's diseases I can help with. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, that
Jeez.
parasitic McDonald's. We all know about that. Well, in that case, then give me an Aratea difficulty 4.
All right. First roll of the session. It's a success, barely.
All right. You what was your life sight?
Yep.
Your glasses.
Life
glasses.
Yeah, that's what I said. I took
Yeah.
my glasses off, did the whole cleaning ritual.
Mm-hmm. Whenever you look at him, he does seem to have quite a few issues with his body. You can see that not only does he have worms right now, but he has he does have lice, and he also he's suffering from some sort of onset liver problems or kidney problems, sorry.
Drinks too much?
Yeah.
So, Harry, would you be amenable to, getting cleaned up and a bit of medical help? You seem like you could use some after being kept in captivity and living on the streets.
Oh, no. I like to keep myself this way. Seems like the spirits like me better that way.
Infected with worms and lice?
I don't know about
Worms?
that. They just don't like it when you're all cleaned up like city slickers, you know? They like your old natural.
Suppose I could... No. I was gonna say I suppose I could understand that, but that would be a lie. Well, if you do want any health care, just let me know. I'd be happy to help since you're going out of your way to help us. don't need to necessarily get you cleaned up, but I'm sure you should, get a checkup. Make sure nothing's terribly wrong from your lifestyle.
Well, maybe that wouldn't hurt. Just didn't always like doctors, you know.
It's understandable. Many of them have opinions that don't mesh with a lot of people. They don't take their Hippocratic oath very seriously.
Mm-hmm. Hippocratic oath, you know.
Yes.
Damn it, Ari, you stole the words right out of my mouth.
Mm-hmm. All right, then.
Well, you can keep the blanket afterwards. You drop them off at McDonald's. Anyone that wants to talk to them or get them stuff as I go to restock our kitchen and try to figure out how to spirit-proof my fridge. Might have Gimma do that.
What?
Set up a spirit ward on your fridge.
Stop Macule from eating all my food.
I mean, I guess I could try.
I'd appreciate it. I don't mind feeding guests, but we can't have it going bad randomly. Thaumacool tends to leave a mess when he eats.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, off to McDonald's then?
We're off to
Off
see
to the
McDonald's. The wonderful McDonald's in Pleasant Valley. Trying to see what you need for a ward. I think they call it a ban. Veteran, biotech, backgrounds, baseline reality, Batman. Wait. in the index, there's just Batman because fucking Batman. Page 73, 78, 282, 286, 317, 323, 598, and 616.
That's a lot of references to Batman.
Yeah.
What?
Are they all like martial arts references or something?
It might also be resources.
One of them is resources. I know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it says because fucking Batman.
That made it into the what?
Wait, that was the actual in the appendix?
Yeah, in the index, page 600, Batman, parenthesis, because fucking Batman, parenthesis.
Can we have that be the wall picture?
Ban. I'm just trying to find out what you need to make a little spirit ban. Because I think that was correspondence plus spirit. But I think maybe word?
I love that investigation just has 5 dots as Master Batman. That's all it says. There's no other descriptor. Everything else has something else. It's just like, no. There's so many Batman.
Book of Magic.
I love who wrote this. Oh my god.
Procedures and rotes. Maybe in here. Anyway, you guys drop them off at the McDonald's. You go shopping, and then presumably, everything. Does anyone want to do anything special with that, or do you have any other questions or things you're gonna do?
Okay, so
wait.
Out of character.
There's a rote called the Notorious Vampiric Lawn Chair.
What?
Explain?
Yes, there is. It is an amazing spell.
It's a 5.life, 5.matter. Oh god. more spoken of than actually perform this legendary spell transforms a dreaded undead entity into domestic furniture. Variations include soap bubbles, trees, house pets, and in one infamous urban legend, a bag of flaming poo.
This has to be a reference to something.
Probably a famous game run by somebody.
That I'll just leave it at that so I don't distract this any further. Go ahead.
Okay. So, I had an actual question, out of character but relevant to game. So, there is some force going after this Lorenzo character.
Mm-hmm.
This said, we also have all the spirit nonsense happening. These are simultaneous. I'm trying to figure out what we're supposed to exactly prioritize. It sounds like the threat is far off from the outside invaders, but we have the spirit thing to still take care of, and all we got is it's in the woods.
Yeah, it's in that cave.
Yes.
Yeah, in the abandoned mine.
Do we delve into the cave? Is that what we're leaning towards?
I mean, I've been trying to do that since like week 2.
Okay. In which case, I'm on board with that. Like, immediately. Dungeon delving in Mage, what could go wrong?
I mean, we've ruled out all possibilities, and all signs point to it.
Mm-hmm.
Boots, rope, bear repellent.
Anyone good with a gun?
Does that repel bears?
Well, I mean, Gemma does have a dot in guns.
How do you have a dot in firearms?
Good question.
Where the hell did that come from?
Listen, Ethan,
Anime.
clearly...
I'm gonna be honest. I specifically only put a dot in guns just because of the nuns with guns thing.
To be fair, I mean, as an orphan, she could have got like some Girl Scouts or some Scouts training. They usually include like some firearm stuff out in the country.
That's
I mean,
a good
mine
point,
did.
actually.
Well, I shot a rifle when I was like 9 or 10 out in the Boy Scouts.
Yep. And Gemma's always lived in, rural areas, so,
So
that checks out.
If you're worried about bears, I've already confirmed you don't need firearms. Run at them with a cleaver. It'll work.
We're trying to not kill the bear or injure the bear badly.
You need 4 dots in correspondence in order to make a ward.
Really?
Yes.
To make a ward?
Yes.
Bruh.
It says
No warding yet.
creating larger holes in space under 4 dot. It says you can create larger holes in space. You can now open gates between locations, isolate forces, space, objects, or people into their own tiny realms by combining correspondence 4 with forces, life, mind, or matter, and ward certain locations against specific patterns, again, combining force, life, mind, matter, etc., or resonance energies by combining the sphere with prime 4. This warding effect can impede or even block the forbidden elements from crossing into or out of the protected space. And if you want extensive details about that, you can see the source book, How Do You Do That? Because that's apparently the name for the Mage source book. How do you do that? Thank you.
Wait, is that... I'm not tell if this is sarcasm. Oh, God.
Man. Okay. But that seems to essentially be it. You need correspondence 4 combined with one of the other spheres. And then you can block things from entering or leaving a designated area. It also seems like it's saying you can put them in pocket dimensions.
That sounds pretty dope, actually.
Yeah. Isolate forces, spaces, objects, or people into their own tiny realms.
Well, I'm glad we can work as a coven to merge our spheres together.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Because otherwise, like, everybody needs to grab correspondence 4. As well as prime 4. Why 4, though?
I don't know. It does seem like a 3-level thing.
Oh, believe me, yeah, this whole system is very...
It's all over the place.
It really is.
80% of the way to the highest dots you can have.
Well, no, you can actually have dots higher than that. But I don't understand what you're supposed to do with them.
Right.
Yeah, it
I
says.
mean, I'd say rewrite reality, but you can already do that.
Yeah, that's literally the whole game.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
unless otherwise stated, I'm going to say that you guys eat your meal, collect your groceries, and then meet back at the Beset Estate for this evening.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds right.
Anybody had anything else they wanted to do? Get Gemma unpacked and dolled up and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, you were right. That is literally called How Do You Do That?
Yeah.
Why is that here in a different book?
I don't know.
Because you need
So
a separate
confused.
book to know how do you do that.
Apparently.
All right.
This
Well,
is the book of what you can do.
I feel like that should have been the source book.
What
Yeah.
you can do. You need to look up how you can do.
You can do this.
Idiot.
How? Buy the extra book. Damn it. This is how they get us to buy multiple copies of books.
All right. So, it is now nighttime at the Beset Estate. All of our wonderful mages are hanging out here. Do we want to start working on that downtime?
Feel like I need to set up like motion sensor turrets or something.
Mm-hmm.
Really pull in that Batman vibe.
What about the
Actually,
world's
gonna dress
largest
it on.
penny?
Yes.
And then when someone opens the door, it falls on them. It's a perfect plan.
We're gonna have a giant T-Rex skeleton there for whatever reason.
I mean, I'm a life mage and Gemma's a spirit mage. We can make that work.
You could find
We could
ghost
animate a
dragon.
T-Rex skeleton to have it eat our enemies.
Wait, could we actually?
Yes.
Just
Huh.
Anthony,
much
grab the Margaret repellent spray.
Question: how much time, as in the sphere, would you need in order to bring a dinosaur back so you could summon a dinosaur biting at somebody as an attack?
Probably a lot.
Time,
I straight up want
correspondence,
that.
and life to open a portal into the past and have the T-Rex bite out of it?
Look, I want my Bayonetta moment. I want to summon a T-Rex.
We could do. You get 4 correspondence. I'll have 4 life. We need someone to get like probably 4 dots in time. Everything's 4 dots.
Apparently. I mean, right now I could take like the edge of a forklift and summon it. I think I can't go further than that.
Oh, you know
You
what? We should
summon
do?
steamrollers.
Roller dot.
Effectively, I think you would have to be a 5-dot time mage to
Yeah.
pull a dinosaur from the past to bite someone. But
Yeah.
obviously there would then be grandfather paradox problems and et cetera, et cetera.
No. See, all you do is you open a portal as it's biting something else, and instead its head comes out and bites who you want.
Yes.
You just have to isolate a time in the past where a T-Rex is about to bite someone, and just keep going back to that spot.
Or, well, I guess if they can't be something living, I could just redirect a sword slash from Nobunaga or somebody and just go like, yeah, no, he's dead instead.
Yeah.
That would, oh my god, that's actually be really cool.
That'd be
Like
pretty sick.
attack with historic, like, all right, we're opening a portal onto the beach in Normandy. Machine guns come out.
Yeah, we're gonna open a portal to that time that Abraham Lincoln totally killed a vampire with an axe.
Yeah.
Just random axes.
I'm going to put you in Hiroshima.
Enjoy
Yeah.
Pompeii. Write me a
Oh,
card.
yeah, oh my god, yes. Press A to not
Can I-
die so hard.
Can I turn that into a verb? Can I Pompeii a guy?
You can, you know what? We all have
No.
aspirations. I think you could do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams.
Got
The
it.
English language is wonderful. We can verb pretty much anything we want.
Hmm.
We've already verb.
Yep.
You did just verb.
Stop verbing things.
You're not gonna make it happen. Stop it. But it did seem like Anthony wanted to do something in his downtime. Right? Yay? Nay? Bray? Hey? Nay?
Working on some stuff.
Okay.
Mhm.
Then
Do have to get the bakery going.
Mhm.
Yeah, that should be up pretty soon.
Yeah, no,
We don't get
I have things. I have skills to raise.
Yes.
As long as we don't get like more cursed dolls delaying construction.
An entire hammock full of plushies appears inside the bakery.
In the same spot.
Oh gosh.
What
I'm just
what
gonna
skills
wall
are you
that
gonna
corner
be
off.
working on there, Anthony?
Well, I actually wanted to increase a sphere of magic.
Okay.
I was looking to increase entropy.
Ah, yes. Get that entropy a little bit higher.
Yes.
So let's see. You're going to need to think about how you would train your perception of probability, of outcomes. How does Anthony prepare for expanding his horizons in the sphere of entropy?
Well, I mean, I can already do those just basic outcomes. So we need to go bigger scales.
Yes.
Like coin flips and like drawing a card, that's not enough. We need to go like car races or horse races, football games. We got to start trying to affect those.
Right. What about
a little bit of gambling?
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of trying to make these things happen.
Do you want to would you go to like a casino? Would you just play cards? Like pick up a deck of cards and try to predict what the next card will be? What would be a method Anthony could use to
I think I would try to go to the casino.
Go to a casino.
Be a lot more fun.
Well, I think Springfield happens to have a casino. Maybe you can make a couple day trips over there. Over the next, well, at least tomorrow then. Unless you wanted to go tonight. Casinos are open pretty late, if not 24 hours. I don't know.
Anybody want to go to the casino with me?
Hey, I haven't gone up to one of those in a long time. Last time I was in Jersey City, I had a couple of good times, but yeah, I could go. I could roll a few cards, draw a few dice.
Put it all in on black and red. That way you don't lose.
Yeah.
Unless it's green.
I've also posted something very distinct over in our little side chat for this game. That might actually be of interest to you if you're going to play around with entropy-related funsies.
Yeah.
They could be pretty dope.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And chance of stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Loaded dice.
There's a reason I like entropy.
Yeah,
it can do some really fun stuff.
It's like the best support thing you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. All right.
And fun to attack with.
So, over the next, at least, short period of time, barring any other outside influence, we got downtime for Anthony taking place at the casino where he's going to hone his probability magics. How about anyone else during this time? What are you going to be doing? During the training arc?
Well, I've talked about the things I was wanting to do already.
Mm-hmm. You want to get that mind magic up?
Yep, want to get my mind and arete up. If I'm going to be running into people, mind fucking both my companions and apparently my patients, I need to be able to do more than just look into mind. I'll need a third dot to start affecting and helping people.
Right.
And then, a fourth dot, so I could do that only better. Because screw these people and Margaret.
And how does Nicholas decide it would be best to train himself in expanding his horizons in the mind sphere?
I mean, obviously, if he's obviously not gonna affect other people. He only has himself with his current thing. So I think he's gonna, work on affecting his own mind first.
Ah.
And I mean, he's not gonna go out and try to mind manipulate people at the casino or something, because that's hella unethical.
Yeah.
Not being a doctor in that capacity. So.
What, you wouldn't just use your mind magic to, read other people's cards?
I mean, that's not the unethical part, but it also isn't going to push my mind magic. I can already do that.
Let's take a look at Mind 3. Just to make sure. Mental Link, Project Illusions, Dreamwalk, and Psychic Blast.
Wait, what? Why do you get psychic? Hey!
Mom! Why does he get to have Psychic Blast but not me?
I truly am of the belief now that I picked up all of the connecting abilities and none of the actual ones that do cool shit until I picked up that or two. Now I have something.
Level 3 is usually when you start to do attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 and 2 is usually not useful for combat.
2 is
Forces is probably
moderate
the only
stuff
one
on
at
yourself, little things on other people. And then 3 is usually being able to affect other people in substantial ways. And I think 4 is being able to I don't know, overwhelm the natural in other people really hard, and 5's just do what you want.
Well, it looks like once you get to 3, you can link minds, forge telepathic communications, read or influence other person's thoughts, craft mental illusions, or enter someone's dreams and explore dream realms, and blast psychic assaults into an unwilling rival's consciousness.
Yeah, I'm going to need that one.
So, if you want to get to the next rank, I think you would have to be working towards sort of one of those outcomes. Maybe it's not the thing you're thinking about most, but if you're I need to get my mind stronger, then you're going to have to start trying to do these things. You specifically want to protect against somebody doing things to brains. Maybe you do need to make some mental links or something like that.
Yeah, but I need to find someone willing to do that. Maybe Gimma. How would you like to sit down for some meeting of the minds psychiatric talk?
Oh,
no. Well, I suppose I'd be willing to help after everything that you've done for me. I suppose.
Wouldn't it be cool if he could go into your dreams and see the fun things that go on inside there?
I don't know about that.
No? Okay.
I mean, we did have did you tell us about your dream thing? Or is that something you kept to yourself?
I don't think that he actually did.
No, he never did share it. We had more important things happening at the moment.
All right, then. So I don't know about that since one of these things is dream walking. I want to know about that to ask you about stuff. So, yeah. You two are leaving. I don't plan to mind control people at a casino, especially because, I want to go to Vegas and win actual money.
I'm pretty sure the casino in Springfield uses real money.
I mean, sure.
Then
again, the casino in Springfield probably doesn't have, now that I think about it, mages there to stop other mages necessarily from winning money there.
Maybe all casino owners are mind mages of high magnitudes.
Or entropy mages of high magnitudes.
Either one, yeah, could be. Could be. Or correspondence so that they can swap cards out at a moment's notice.
Or even better, read cards.
That too.
Swap's cool too.
Sounds like everyone but the spirit people can get a lot out of a casino.
Spirit, you get to see it watching their. You get to watch it leaving their bodies. You know, everyone
Yeah.
hitting the button over and over, staring at the screen, waiting for a payout.
Or you know what? Maybe there's like a gambler whose, place in the world isn't done, so you can help him leave the mortal coil.
I bet there are at
What do you
least
think?
a couple gambling ghosts stuck at a slot machine or something.
Exactly.
They can't leave
that's-
until the jackpot's rung on that one-armed bandit in front of them.
That's fucking grim. Oh my god.
Yeah.
World of Darkness.
Yeah, and you can help them out by lending them your body.
And who knows? There's probably some spirits of like greed, like in the machines or something.
Ooh, true. So, casino arc?
If we're all gonna go, you make a fair point that everything we want to train at could be happen at a casino.
You could go to the casino every single training period. You could mind control. You could change matter. You could change cards. You could.
It also gives me a reason to buy extra points and wealth, possibly, for my background resources, or lose points in my resources.
Ooh, and this could be like the in-between season for the anime where everybody gets outfit changes. Like Gemma started it, but maybe all of you can get a different outfit for the casino arc.
Oh my god.
That is fair. What would Nicholas wear for an outfit change from his doctor stuff? Feel like it's got to be some sort of like 70s zoot suit or something.
Zoot suit.
Gonna be the fucking mask. What?
Little fedora.
By the way,
Yeah, I could go complete hypno ID. Get one of those little like spinny whirl things on my head.
Yeah.
Put on a beanie.
Put on the maid outfit. By the way, Gemma, if you were doing 3 dots in spirit as your upgrade, it seems like you can now pierce the gauntlet, step sideways, and rouse or lull spirits.
There we go. That's what we're looking for.
We need that. Gotta lull all the spirits.
So, since I'm doing this with Harry, how much experience does it cost since I have a tutor?
The mentor, if you... Well, we're gonna roll dice for these, so it may not, go perfectly as planned. But we'll say since he is a mentor of higher level by at least 2 dots there, that we can reduce the experience necessary by half for mentor rules.
So it would be 8? Or is it... Hold on.
To go up to 3, it is 8 times current, so that's 16. So yes.
So it'd be 8 right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
With a mentor.
Sweet. That is really nice.
Now I kind of want to go get Williams to teach me to mindfuck people. Save that 8 points of mind.
Yeah.
8 points of XP.
Could be useful. Same thing if maybe Ethan wanted to learn some correspondence from her.
I was gonna say, Ethan, during downtime, legit wants to figure out how the heck he's supposed to combine his abilities that all seem useless individually together. This is not a joke. Like, that's kind of a goal of his, is figuring out, okay, what the hell do I do?
Well, she did say that she was there to offer assistance.
Fair.
That is true, and honestly, Nicholas would put aside his differences with her to help, his patients and friends if everyone's being, like, having mindfuckery happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't know if he'd trust her well enough not to, like, mind whammy him.
Mm-hmm. Or if she trusts you to not use it against her immediately.
Yeah, that's also true. Guess we could sign more contracts. They seem to be magically binding.
They seem to be. Well, then it sounds like you all have a long night to discuss these matters. Let's hash out a plan then. What are you guys going to do the next day? And you know what? You all discuss this. I need to grab some more water. So, take care of chat for me while you figure out what your plan is.
Gotcha.
Okay,
All right.
okay. Leave that to us.
Guys, I don't have a plan. No, no, seriously.
So, when she comes back, we jump her and take over the game for ourselves.
Aha! Yes. Viva la revolution. But no, seriously. Yeah, training will be nice.
Yeah.
Which I'm using as a mechanical excuse for Ethan to have codified things he can try to do because he's very confused.
That's fair.
By that I mean me, the player. I'm confused.
Yeah.
Damn it! I revamped things and I still don't know what the hell I can do. Seriously, once that's squared away, it'll be fine.
So, yeah, I think I want to. Like I said before, the fact that the person that jumped Nicholas was mind controlled and wasn't actually evil himself is really actually getting to him. So I think he is gonna go ask Margaret for help on that because he really doesn't want to have something like that happen again, where some innocent is being mind controlled and he couldn't do anything about it or even really tell in the moment.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what's the game plan?
I've got my game plan.
Okay, everyone ready behind her?
No, wait,
1,
what?
2, 3, get her!
Stream shut down. Ninja vanish. Poof.
In any case, yeah. So training sounds good. It seems like.
Nicholas is gonna go try to talk to Margaret about it. As I said to them, the fact that like an innocent was mind controlled to attack him and he couldn't even tell that it was like that, let alone do anything about it, is really, really bothering him. So he's gonna do what he can to make sure that doesn't happen again and doesn't happen to people that are close to him.
All right.
Even if that does mean working with somebody he doesn't necessarily trust.
Then, I think everyone's going to head to bed. Are you, going to offer Harry a place to sleep, or are you gonna kick him to the curb?
He likes sleeping in natural environments. I'm sure we have, like, a shed or something. A groundskeeper's hut. Like, I really don't want to have to burn whatever bedding he sleeps in.
Yeah. I guess speaking of which, did you perform any medical procedures on him for his outstanding, health issues?
Only if he was okay with it. I wasn't going to force it on him, especially since he mentioned it's like part of his magic to be like that.
Well, he said he was going to turn down a shower, but when you mentioned the worms, he said that, and lice.
Oh yeah,
he was like,
for sure. Like I can definitely get him on some medicine to help with those problems.
Right.
I mean, I could do some magic stuff for him if he wants, but I don't know if we barely know each other.
Yeah, he accepts your medicine for the worms.
Good. And the shampoo.
Well, that he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to shower.
Well, I'm sure that dogs have like a brush you can use, right, for lice, like a medicated comb. I know they usually prefer you to use shampoos and stuff, but I was pretty sure they have some sort of medication you can put on.
I'd believe you. You're the doctor here, so sure, whatever you say.
Probably know what you're doing.
Yeah, probably. Sounds good to me. Then he'll,
sure, I can do that.
And his matted, mangy hair. He can get the comb about 2 centimeters through it before it gets stuck and knotted. And
That's fine. We'll figure it out.
Continues doing it some more.
I guess I'll
you can put just Vaseline all over his head and suffocates all the lights.
I wouldn't have thought of that. Sure. That makes sense.
Okay.
I'm sure that would be better for Harry. That's also just gonna be.
That's a lot of Vaseline.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I learned something new today. Then
Sometimes.
everyone heading to bed then.
Yep.
Sounds like you all have busy days tomorrow.
Yep. We're gonna
Alright.
cheat.
Can you all give me D20 rolls to see how your dreams go tonight?
Never.
Ooh.
Yep.
Huh.
Alright. I'm gonna click this little button up here and go click.
Mm-hmm.
Eeny, meeny, miny, that one.
Nicholas is sleeping well.
Yeah?
No.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, it's got a
Oh.
one.
No.
No!
Oh no.
It makes sense that
no.
Kiana's not having great dreams, considering what's happened to her recently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should probably use that as part of my convincing to let me work with her with all these terrible dreams.
Right? Well, let's start with the least exciting one. Ethan. Kind of just have a pleasant. It's a restful sleep. You don't have like a particular memory of the dream, but you slept well. You didn't wake up in the middle of the night tossing and turning or anything like that. Nicholas.
All right, so fine enough.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was saying fine enough. Good.
Okay. Nicholas, you have an amazing dream. You're in town and you see the people like being controlled like marionettes with strings, and you are valiantly dropping in like Superman. You do like the superhero knee slam and you cut them free of their ropes, and they cheer and applaud as you go through town, saving them from being something's puppet.
I mean, kind of weird that I'd pick Superman and not Batman, but go subconscious, go.
Then you pull out your batarang and
yes, my magical batarang of justice.
Then Margaret says, "That's my best student," and you run up beside her and say, "Margaret, yes!" and punch her in the face, and she falls to the ground, and the whole town cheers, and then you wake up. It's the best dream you've ever had. Now, on
how many willpower do I get back for that one?
1, as it turns out.
Yeah.
1. But
Bam! 1 willpower.
It's a quality 1.
Yep.
It's not about the quantity. It's a very quality 1 willpower.
Oh right, we do recover willpower during rest.
Yes. You also get willpower for playing into those traits that you have.
Yep.
So
Okay.
keep that in mind as well. Now, Anthony, sleep wasn't too restful for you. Seems that parts of your past are now coming to the forefront, and in your dreams, you're back in Chicago. You're back in the... Oh, please correct me if I'm wrong. It was a pizzeria, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I remember correctly. You're back in the pizzeria, and over, you keep seeing the henchmen of the Zetskas bust down the door. You keep seeing that picture of the man that was sucked dry out in the dumpster. Like a Groundhog Day, as soon as you come back inside, the pizzeria is as it was, and they bust in again. And you go out back, and there he is again, and you just keep looping over and over again before waking up. Still get your willpower.
Oh, get a willpower. Okay.
Get your willpower.
Yay. Oh my god, I'm dreaming. But yay, willpower.
Gemma.
Yes.
It's your first night sleeping outside the church in a long time.
It sure is.
As you drift off into sleep, you have lots of visions. And they're disconnected. It's not like one coherent dream like a lot of your recent ones have been. You're replaying things in your head. The attack by the plant monster. Seeing that vision from the spirit world several weeks ago of Josephine turning and looking at you and then disappearing in front of you. The silhouette of the person hanging from the weeping willow tree. You're just assaulted on all sides, but your dream becomes clear once you find yourself inside the Pleasant Valley First Catholic Church. And you're small, in between the pews, very tiny. Like standing as tall as you can, you barely reach the seat. But looming over you is that giant crucifix. Is it called something different when Jesus is currently nailed to it?
I believe it is a crucifix though.
Okay. And you can see in the eyes that blood is dripping down. But the longer you look at it, the more it looks like it's breathing on the cross. Jesus is wheezing with labored breaths.
Oh.
And then the candles in the church go out as one last wheeze. And you wake up.
Traumatizing.
Jesus
Yes.
loves us, this we know.
Past tense than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's not too good. Why don't you let's do a coin flip on that one. You didn't roll a 1. Coin flip. Not coin. Coin flip. Heads or tails, Gemma?
Head.
Alright, get your willpower.
Oh, thank goodness.
Just restful
Gemma.
enough. Just restful enough.
Yeah, he didn't say anything like, you did this to me, or please help Gemma, or why did you betray me?
Yeah.
Just the implication. Alright, it's a brand new day. You all wake up in the Beset estate. It's time for your morning preparations. Do you all have your spell slots filled out?
Excuse me, I'm a sorcerer?
Excuse me, I'm a warlock. I recharge my slots every short rest.
Uh-huh. And this was a long rest. You also reset them.
Yes, that is fair.
Yeah. Actually.
Actually. Yes.
I'm a cleric and I have all the spells.
Could be clerics.
What y'all doing?
Getting
Just-
that coffee.
You know, coping.
Cracking open a
Yeah.
can of Coca-Cola.
Cooking breakfast.
Oh, Anthony, what are you cooking for breakfast today? Now that Nicholas has restocked the kitchen.
Very basic. Basic breakfast, not going fancy.
Okay. Why don't you give us the crafts roll at difficulty 6?
Get
Just-
eggs and bagels,
Yeah.
biscuits and gravy.
Some wakey eggs and bakey.
Yeah, eggs, bacon, and toast.
Ah,
Yeah, that's the cornerstone of a great day. And a 4 is good. Even though you didn't expect it to be fancy at all, You perfectly cook those eggs. The bacon is just to your liking. It's got that crispy crunch to it, but it doesn't taste of that burnt charcoaly flavor. All the smokiness and fatty flavors of the bacon come perfectly out. And you cook the eggs. How do you like your eggs, Anthony?
Just over easy.
Over easy. Oh, wonderful. And the gooey yolk center of those over easy eggs just spill out onto the toast and just makes the breakfast immaculate. You shot for mediocrity and you went beyond the moon. And everyone is pulled in close, or is drawn to the smells of the kitchen, including a certain manifestation of spirit. Could you give me a perception awareness check? A difficulty 6. Anthony.
Yes. Okay.
And you can tell that there is some magical entity of unknown type or origin that has joined you in the kitchen.
I'll fix a plate just for this entity and set it aside.
One day it's not going to be Thaumacool, and we're just
And as you set that plate aside, Harry comes in from the back porch where you can smell the morning dew on him as those first rays of sunlight shine in from the kitchen window. He takes in a deep breath and he goes,
"Can I have some?"
Yeah, I can fix you a plate too.
And he sees the plate that's on the floor. I'm assuming, well, I don't know. Maybe you placed it on the floor for Thaumacool.
Yeah, I'll place it on the floor.
All right. He looks at the plate on the floor, and then you see him reach into his jacket pocket, and he fiddles around in it for a second. And then he goes, "Oh,
that's where Thaumacool is. Y'all been keeping him here like some kind of pet?"
It's where he wants to stay, apparently. He likes the food.
Yeah, well, he does seem to like the food. Can't argue with that. Well, if he's happy, I'm happy.
He'll take a plate, and he doesn't bother getting any silverware. He just grubs his hands on the greasy bacon and just starts shoving it in his mouth. What are the rest of you up to?
Get me some of that hot bean juice.
Ah, yes. You go and start the espresso machine that Nicholas or his father had installed, and man, that smell of eggs, bacon, and toast are really strong.
Give me some of that. I guess Ethan's gonna go for both eggs, bacon, and coffee.
Ooh.
But no toast.
Hey, maybe he's not a toasty man.
I'm not an anime girl running out of the house with her mouth to her destination. What do you take me for? Some kind of a wheat? Wait, no.
Yes. I do, actually.
Why do you think we're here?
Speaking of, okay. Nicholas runs by with a piece of toast in his mouth. Gotta go!
And then he's hit by a truck. and isekai'd into the real world.
All right, everybody, roll up some D&D 5e characters. Let's go.
Isekai'd into D&D from World of Darkness.
You know, that wouldn't be the first time I've seen that happen. Not that specific order.
That would be an improvement for those people.
Probably.
Yeah. Yes.
Well. All right. Nicholas, are you actually running out of the house?
No,
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay. Is
I'd
everyone enjoying
definitely
breakfast?
stop and eat the food first.
Everyone enjoying breakfast together as a family.
Family.
We're family here.
Was Kiana here?
We'll do it for family.
Does she need
Family.
directions on how to get here?
I suppose eventually Gemma would arrive there, looking particularly shell-shocked.
Oh. No piece of toast in her mouth. She's too upset.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate.
Was something wrong, Gemma?
Yeah,
Huh?
Gemma.
Was the bed uncomfortable?
Oh, no, it was perfectly comfortable. I just had trouble sleeping is all. Don't worry.
Well, come and get some food and wake up a bit.
Yes, right.
Yeah, have some food to brighten your mood. How do you like your eggs?
I prefer them over easy.
Good choice.
What would happen if she didn't say that?
It would be a bad choice, clearly.
Customer's always right.
I mean,
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure we've shown that Nicholas likes his scrambled with cheese.
Huh.
I believe I got called a heathen for that at one point.
Well, you do
That is
have the
rightfully
palate of
too.
a 4-year-old then, but that's fine.
Well, he made them in the microwave, too.
You monster.
Chef Mike.
You monster. You don't belong in this world.
It's not by my
Mankind
hands.
ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man?
Are we just gonna recite the whole thing?
I could, but let's not.
I'm good. Yeah. All right.
All right, let's get a move on. We got some experience points to spend. So, who's going to the casino?
Me.
Hey, Nick, could I get just a little bit of money?
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Just a small loan of $1
Sure.
million.
What do you need it for?
If things go well, I should be able to pay you back easy.
I've heard this before. It has never turned out well.
I'm trying a thing, okay? And it should.
You know what?
It'll be fine. I'll be able to pay you back.
You know what? I don't think I've got you a birthday present this year. Hold on a moment. I'll come back and toss a stack of cash at him.
Okay,
Go,
well,
go have fun.
thank you. I will definitely be sharing my winnings with you.
Thanks, Bruce Wayne.
Can I have a pony?
No. You couldn't take care of it.
Only if it's in a jar.
No. Yo, why?
Then again, there's probably some stables around here somewhere.
I don't
I'm
take that.
I'm sure there's a lot of farmland.
Oh God, why?
So, I'm sure there's horses.
Mhm.
God damn it! All right.
Yeah.
Seriously, Ethan's gonna go over to him and also go, "Hey, yeah, I could also use a little bit of money. I'm testing out some of that correspondence stuff. You know, I figured that that'd be a good training ground."
Why
By
not just use the
teleporting money?
correspondence to get other people money?
Okay, yeah, but I gotta kind of look good first. You know?
You could have just asked to buy clothes when we were out in the mall.
Oh no, I don't need clothes. The money talks. You could be in a baggy t-shirt and ripped jeans, and they believe you as long as you got a fat stack. I think that's how it works. I haven't actually been to a casino before.
Nope. I'm running out of stacks of cash to just toss at people at this point. I'll have to make a run at the bank, I guess.
Wait, you have a literal stack just lying around?
He literally has a Scrooge McDuck vault full of gold coins that he swims in.
It's not true. Gold coins are a
Uh-huh.
very heavy solid. You cannot swim in them.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that's right. Scrooge McDuck is an earthbender. On par
Yes,
with Toph.
lest we forget.
Now, if I get high enough life that I can make myself fireproof, I could swim in molten gold.
Neat.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I gave ID a
Considering.
stream accessory, by the way.
What did you do?
It is a very good accessory.
Did you put a dunce hat on me or something, Homer?
No.
Oh my god.
Nothing that
No!
sophomore.
I don't want to be in the jar! I don't want to be in the jar! No!
We can share the jar. We can maybe put Kiana in the jar.
What? No, wait.
There we go.
We can talk this out.
I think the only one that doesn't fit his character with his big blocky one.
Procrastination wins yet again.
Just can't be
Put-
done.
Just put us all in a really big jar.
I'll sit in the jar.
Okay.
There we go. Oh, my wings poke out. The jar has to be
Oh.
too big. Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
All right. Then let's force things to happen then. You guys
Mhm.
are heading off to the casino.
Mhm.
Gemma and Harry are going to go do some spirit training. Is Nicholas going to then go to the bank?
Yep. On their, my thin line of how I needed to go grab more stacks of money.
Yeah. All right. Then let's start off with you and the bank situation then, Nicholas.
Oh, me and the bank?
Yes.
The Banksies. Alright, well, I guess I will call ahead and make an appointment to see Miss Williams.
All right. You call the bank or you call Margaret?
I mean, Margaret? Why would I call the bank and then ask for Margaret when it's not have to do with the bank?
I don't know. I'm just making sure.
Yeah,
All right.
well.
She picks up. Yes, Nicholas.
Oh. Miss Williams, I had somewhat of a favor I wanted to ask you.
Oh, and what is that?
I understand that you are quite busy, but given our foe's propensity towards mind magic, I was wanting... Sorry, I thought I heard something. I was wanting to expand my horizons on the subject to stop such things from happening again.
Is this
Oh.
a new field for you?
Not entirely, no.
Understandable. I could pencil you in here. And actually not too long. I am just short of one meeting, but then after that I should be rather free for the day. How about in an hour and a half?
That sounds perfectly fine to me. I will see you then.
Excellent. Excellent.
I know, right?
Put it on. Don't release the hounds yet. All right. Your trip to the bank is fine. You can grab your fat wad of cash in a burlap sack with a big money sign printed on it, and then take that home in that amount of time.
Am I a cartoon villain?
Yes, you're cartoonishly rich. You are literally the Monopoly man of this town. Own it.
All right. I guess that changes my... There we go. That's my new outfit.
You're the Monopoly man.
I get a top hat and a monocle.
And I ride around on an iron. Or a thumbnail.
I'm
Or
pretty
a
sure they've
thumbtack.
got
Wait,
some new pieces there. A battleship? A battleship seems more appropriate.
sure.
And useful.
Or a cat.
Or a cat.
Alright. Her meeting's free up and she's able to see you. So, you want to be able to protect your mind?
As well as those of the people around me, and more importantly, the innocents that are being controlled to attack us. I do not exaggerate when I say how disturbing it was to find out that the person that I helped subdue was an innocent in all this. I will
Well,
have to go do my best to help them out.
at the very least, you could take some solace in knowing that you chose a less than lethal option. Despite how he may have reacted to it, I believe he will make a recovery. As for the rest of his life and where he goes from here, that might be a bit more difficult. I'm not sure what kind of link he may have, or if it can be, or if it can be recovered by whatever the agent in question was controlling him. It may be that he will be reconnected. I do also have news. It seems that he did awake while in custody yesterday. He did get back in proper nutrition. He seems to be eating and drinking now. However, he refuses to give any information as expected. He doesn't understand what happened or why anything happens, and at the moment, it seems to be chalked up to some sort of drug-induced haze, despite the fact that a toxicology report is almost assuredly going to come back blank. And I'm debating whether or not to intercept that and possibly doctor it in a way. That might be the best outcome for him, as this were to show that he was under some influence. He might have an alibi. But
yes,
there have been more pressing matters than trying to find an out for an innocent man. I've been spending this time looking up those Zetskas. However, I guess that is all tertiary to this meeting, isn't it?
Yes, and regardless, I'd like to make it so the next time something like this happens, I'll be able to both detect this and hopefully put a stop to it in a more direct manner.
Yes, that would be quite useful. So tell me, young Bassett, what is your experience along these lines?
Well, it's mostly been used to help my patients see what they're thinking, what their actual desires are. Make sure when anyone comes in, obviously for major surgery, cosmetic or otherwise, that it's something they actually want and are prepared for.
Just as a form of reassurance, essentially.
Yes, helping them out both mentally as well as making sure whatever I do with them is what they truly want and not something pushed on them by somebody else. I don't mind telling you I dislike people putting their will on others and forcing them, especially magically, to do something against their free will. Somewhat of a free will, I wouldn't say absolutist, but very in favor of it.
It's not an uncommon sentiment to have, but there is always some amount of liberty you're taking with the agency of others anytime you will work your will. At its very root, you're taking agency and the literal laws of reality into your own hands.
True.
The consensus of everyone is what seems to be what maintains the lie, and any amount of bending reality is working against the consensus.
There's a difference in working against it and bending people's minds to your own will, though. Though I agree the lie is a rather troublesome thing.
I assure you, the more you learn about it, the more that will be strengthened. Though my point of bringing this up is not to dissuade you from this limitation you've placed on yourself. It is merely to suggest that you will always be stepping over that line anytime you work your magic. Your influence over reality does change it ever so slightly, and it will impact the lives of those around you without their consent. So it may not be as direct, but know that you will be, just merely by peering into their mind, having some effect on them, because the information you pull will change how you react, and of course they may not have consented to you peering into their mind, of course. Am I not wrong? Or right?
Oh, I don't generally tell them I use magical means, but I'm very open that there is a psychological exam to go with the surgeries, but you are correct.
So, before we could tackle getting you more comfortable with delving into the mind, the first thing you have to do is make sure your own mind is straight. It's dangerous to find yourself walking in the mindscape of someone else while being unsure of your own. So, Nicholas, do you find your own mental state grounded? Are you without any major... I don't wish to say disabilities, so to say, but any mental quirks or any hang-ups that you have in your mind right now? Because they could be dangerous, lethally so, once you find yourself peering into another's mind.
None that I'm aware of and not comfortable with, anyway. I have all the same mental foibles other people do. My own sets of rules I follow, my own mental quirks and hang-ups, but they're not something that I haven't examined in myself before. You can't very well go working on other people and examining them psychologically without knowing your own biases and mental hang-ups, whether or not you've done anything about them.
All right. In that case, then, let us begin some training, then. I don't expect a breakthrough in a single day, so we may need to reschedule meetings in the future, but having another mage on our side that's able to disrupt any sort of mind control will be helpful if for any reason I were to be incapacitated or otherwise stretched thin and unable to do it myself. Knowing that there is another that might be able to do the heavy lifting in that scenario could be incredibly useful. So, and consider this an investment into an asset for me, and if that gives you the comfort in knowing that I am not doing this out of malice, then we can proceed?
Well, that and the contract we signed earlier yesterday that said we wouldn't work against each other is quite comforting, yes.
Yes, but I, as a mage of a higher order of mind than you should probably understand that I can read that you don't exactly trust me. So adding additional layers of assurance seems like the proper way to enrich this relationship we have.
If it helps protect those that need protecting, I'm willing to put aside my distrust, as you no doubt can tell from me being here.
Right. Then let me first start with a little demonstration. Or perhaps let's do a trial. That might be the best way to describe this. She takes a cup and sits it in front of her, and then she takes a little pitcher of water that was sitting on the conference table and pours the water into the cup. And then she stands up and goes over to a coffee pot in the corner of the conference room and takes a mug and puts some coffee in it, and then sits back down in her chair and reaches under the table and pulls out a glass and a large container of some sort of amber-colored liquid and pours it into this little glass cup. Now, what I want you to do is influence me with an impulse and direct me to choose one of these 3 beverages to drink.
All right. Well, this is gonna out of character. Going to be what an Arete mind roll, basically.
Yeah, it's gonna be only a 2-dot mind roll. So that would be Arete at difficulty 5.
All right. Well, since I'm doing magic and I have things I've got to do, I'll get into that. Well, I'm gonna start by asking her, pulling out my clipboard and jotting some stuff down, and asking her asking her about like what she actually likes out of those 3. Which ones that she like? Does she like drinking? Does she like? One of them was coffee, water, and like basically brandy or something.
Yeah, it's whiskey. Yeah. Well,
ask her about her habits of those.
Considering I just got out of a meeting, I always like to refresh myself with a calming, cool whiskey on the rocks.
Interesting.
Preferably.
Not what I would have expected from you, but it's good to know. And are you much of a coffee drinker?
Oh, I do love to have my cup of coffee in the morning.
How about the water quality here? Is it well water? Do you have a purifier?
Oh, it is a purified water. Filtered.
Filtered and purified?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, I will, I think having written down what she likes and the ones and not, I'm gonna emphasize one of them by, underlining the coffee a couple times as I make my roll.
Okay.
Arete. Oh, I gotta go back over to this page. It doesn't pop up on your Twitch page.
Oh.
Let's see. Soul of Ethan. For making her want coffee. You said what was the difficulty?
5.
5? There we go.
There. You can see that after you strike and underline coffee on your clipboard, that she raises her hand up and she holds it over the whiskey and then over the coffee. And then as it's about to go to the water, she then brings it back. And then she puts her fingers through the loops on the coffee. She raises it up, does like a little cheer motion to you, and then takes a sip of the coffee.
Huzzah.
I presume that's what you were aiming for?
Indeed. Though, whether it was a coincidence or not, it's hard to feel from here.
Well, understandable. But I can see that you do seem to exhibit the aptitude that would come with being of your caliber. In that case, then, this shouldn't be too difficult to get you to the point where you can defend yourself against a mind mage. It's going to be a bit of work, but we can get this rolling. Now, what we need to do next is see if we can link our minds. Have you done that yet, young Basset?
I do not believe so. At least not intentionally. Thinking back to what happened with the last patient.
She then sets the coffee cup down and picks up the cup of whiskey and then swishes it around a little bit. And what happened then?
Oh, sorry. That last part was when I said thinking about. It was.
Oh, sorry.
It was a comment for the audience, not for her.
My bad. Sorry.
My fault. I should have. I don't have like quotes I can put up for the video.
She then picks up her whiskey glass. She swishes it around and then takes a sip. And she looks at you. And I want you to make a willpower roll at difficulty 6.
All right. Oh, now that I think about it, was Thaumacool, when we talked to Thaumacool, is that linking minds? Is that spirit stuff?
That's a good question. You got a 1?
Yep, I got a 1.
As she takes a drink of the whiskey, she says, using the mind, you can communicate with them without using words. Simple telepathy, as they call it, is an exercise of the next caliber up from where you're at. And it's what I'm doing with you right now. You realize that, much like a ventriloquist, you've been hearing her in your mind.
Ah.
And she sets the glass back down and clasps her hands together. This is what we'll be working on. And once you're able to achieve this, then the other dominoes should fall rather quickly. And you'll find this to be a quite useful asset in your repertoire, and even though it takes a small bit of intrusion in the minds around you, it's one that is rather harmless and shouldn't be bending their will too much.
Now that I've felt this, I do remember actually, Thaumacool, the harvest spirit, likes to communicate this way.
Ah.
So I thought that was specifically some spirit magic thing.
Spirits do have interesting ways of communicating. Some do it through changes in temperature, and others can just straight talk to you. Others might always introduce you to words in a book. Some like to fill out crossword puzzles with what's on their mind. They're an extravagant and eccentric collection of beings, spirits are. It's part of what makes them an enigma, difficult to tease apart their desires. Well, let's continue this work. I'm going to have you try to link with my mind. And you can feel her presence inside your mind step back and disconnect, and you're back to sort of a blank slate there.
Mm-hmm.
Give it a try.
Well, gotta think a little bit about how to do this in a way that best fits with my, prescribed mental magic.
Do you want to take a minute and I can swap to someone else?
You can, but it's I'm just trying to. I figure like I'd have to write down like.
Mm-hmm.
I say a lot, which I don't like.
It's coming back.
Like, oh no, the himbo is it's
No!
totally like here, like, oh no, like.
Anyway, write down something that represents her and my thoughts, and then kind of connect them in a way. I don't want to steal too much from Ethan's drawings, though, because I think that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah. Switch over if
Okay.
someone else has a short thing. I want to think about this a little bit.
No problem. Because this, it's something that defines your character expanding their abilities. So take a moment to make sure that you've got something personalized and ready for it. And while we do that, we'll go with Gemma and Harry. Since I don't think you guys have any travel time, depending.
No, I don't believe we do. Probably not, unless Harry wants to go to the local McDonald's again.
Nah, he just had some eggs, bacon, toast. He's feeling all right.
All right, so, young lady, what is it I could do for you here? You want to be able to, like, reach out to them, their spirits?
That's right. I like to be able to get in touch better with the spirit world.
All right, well, I can only do this the best way I know how, so let's head on out here. I'm gonna take you out to the woods, and we're gonna get in touch with nature.
Oh, okay.
Now, most of the time, when you're talking to or looking for spirits, they don't usually get along too well in places where there's lots of people. It's a general rule, not always. There's exceptions, rules, stuff like that. But, if you want to see spirits, it's usually best if you're far away from all the hum and drum of the city, which is why I get along so well out here on my own. When you're a spirit person, you're never truly alone. There's almost always something out here for you. You like your alone time, Gemma?
I suppose I do. I have spent a lot of time alone in self-reflection.
Mm-hmm. And, the spirits. Tell me what you know about the spirits that you've, encountered so far.
Well, I know there's Teacup, who has been very helpful. And is part of what I assume are a category of spirit that possesses an object.
Yep. I know there's a lot of fancy words for it and stuff, but if I remember right, I think they call that a fetish, but that's weird. I don't know how much I like that, but I just say what you say. They possess it up. Mm-hmm. They're like little hermit crabs. They like crawling into things and then just staying there for a bit. Now, usually, not always, but usually, that means some old mage or something like that kind of push them inside there. Some of them do it willingly, sometimes not so much, but feeling I get from that little teacup there ain't that he's resisting it too much, You get that feeling too?
I suppose so. I've never gotten the feeling that Teacup resists that.
Right. Well, it sounds like you're at least able to have some kind of communication with them. In that case, then, I think we need to take you into the spirit realm. Have you ever been inside of it before?
I've looked into it. I don't know if I've ever... Wait. Maybe there was one time.
Oh. And how was it?
It was... odd.
Odd?
I don't know if I was, physically there. Well, I guess I was. It was at the local church, if I remember correctly.
Yeah?
I wasn't in there for long, but...
Did you do it on your own?
I believe so.
That's quite a feat there, young lady. Remember any idea of how you did it?
I'm afraid I don't really remember.
Well, I would probably, if I was a less discerning fellow, say that's a bit curious, but in all honesty, that happens a lot with mages. You don't know how exactly you did it, and you spend a lot of time chasing it back down again, hoping to capture it again. It happens a lot. Don't fret over it. Well, I think I know exactly what we need to do then. He continues to take you out in the woods, and he finds a spot just off the trail. Now, can you do me a favor? In whatever way you try to peer into the realm of the spirits, can you go ahead and try to do that and tell me if you notice anything about this place?
Oh, sure thing. Gemma is going to go ahead and pull her book out of her billowy sleeves, because Gemma is too accustomed to overly sized sleeves.
Okay.
And she pulls out the book and flips it open. And she attempts to look through it. Just as she always does.
Just as she always does?
Yeah.
All right. Give me an arete roll at difficulty 9. I said an arete roll at difficulty 9.
Well done.
Okay.
Well,
So
Yeah.
when you roll, or whenever you open up the pages, there is a bit of defiance against it. It's almost like the book is trying to close shut in your hands, and you have to like physically try to force it open. And while you're fighting with the book, the pages do that turning from opaque to transparent, but it has this golden haze to it that fades to that familiar lavender color. And only for a brief moment are you able to peer into the spirit realm here. And you can see on the other side that the forest seems brimming with life. There's like these little dancing green lights, and the trees are enormous. They look like redwoods out of California, but around you, you see these little twiggy birch trees that are basically no bigger than Harry's thigh. But through the spirit realm, they seem way more grandiose. But this vision only lasts for a moment before your fingers are being clasped in the book shut. Almost like the book is biting down on them.
Oh. Usually it's not so difficult to do that. Gemma kind of like shakes her hand a little bit.
I gotta say, that's a very peculiar book you got there. Whole reason I brought you out to this spot was it was supposed to be easier. You got something going on with your spirit? Something troubling you?
I have a lot of things troubling me at the moment.
Well, anything that's going on inside your spirit is gonna be what like multiplying, like extensible,
Exponentially?
Yeah, that. It's gonna be doing that whenever you try to do your spirit stuff there. So if you don't have your heart in the right place, it's gonna be mighty difficult to do anything with them spirits. Let's first get this straightened out then. That's gonna be mighty important before we do anything that requires us being in the spirit realm. Because if you're all twisted up outside, you're going to be twisted up like a pretzel inside. Tell me. Harry's here for you. If it's something crazy, trust me in that nobody cares about what Harry thinks. I could blabber about it all the way from here to the moon and everyone would just call me crazy.
Harry, when developing your abilities, have you ever felt like you had to make a choice?
Surely I did. There's a lot of important ones I had to make along the way. Like if you had asked me when I first learned about the spirits, I thought they were all little demons, little gremlin things, something to be feared. That it was my job to get rid of them, kind of like a Ghostbuster kind of thing. And I thought I'd just go out there and I'd solve all my problems by getting rid of them. But along the way, you learn some things. not only about them spirits, but about yourself and about what you're comfortable with. And, you know, we make mistakes. We trip and fall. Sometimes it hurts a lot, but when I got back up, I realized that sometimes it's not about getting rid of them. It's about making peace with them. I had to make a choice, and my choice was to sometimes put myself in harm's way if it meant that I set things straight. You had to make a tough choice recently then?
I felt like I had to choose between my faith or the connection of someone I hold dear.
Whew. That's a rough one. Well, if you recently did that, I understand that that's going to leave you a little bit messed up on the insides for a bit. But it also seems like that's heavily connected to the way that you do your stuff, ain't it?
It is. It deeply is.
Gemma, I think we need to do a little bit of meditation here before we move forward. Sounds like you got some conflicting stuff going on in your head, and we need to get that hammered out pronto. So let's put this on hold for a moment, and why don't we just sit here and you think about what it is that you really want, and then maybe the answer about how we step forward from here will come to you a bit easier. All right?
All right. Yeah, I can try that.
So, next to you guys is a little moss-covered log, and it's a little wet outside. The morning dew still hasn't fully evaporated, but he just plops himself right on the ground. He stretches out one of his legs, and the other one stays crossed next to him, and he does a little stretch, and then he leans back against the little log and closes his eyes. And when he does, the sunlight coming in from the trees just sort of falls on his face, and you can see that he's pretty content.
I sit down beside him, a little bewildered by how carefree this man is. But I sit there, close my eyes, and I try to think.
All right, give us a meditation roll at difficulty 7.
Meditation wits?
Yeah, wits.
Okay.
Because we're figuring things out about ourselves.
Yikes.
The feelings of panic and the memories of the dreams that you've had recently make it hard for you to honestly let yourself go and feel free to invite the whatever repressed part of your mind that would normally come out in meditation. You seem anxious, and while you are having difficulty reaching that state of solace, you hear a little rustle in the leaves, and then Harry's hand touching your hand as he tries to hold it.
What are you?
You seem really tense.
Yeah, I do feel tense.
You got a lot of bad thoughts running around in that head of yours?
Yeah. I I feel like I've turned my back on everything I've ever known.
That would make it mighty hard for you to do anything that you did before, if you turn your back on everything you ever known. Is that really what happened?
Well, I chose the guidance of the book, the guidance of Josephine over my own faith. Isn't that the definition of turning my back on it?
Well, when you put it that way, it sounds like it. Seems like your trust in what you thought before kind of waned on you. And if I were to hazard a guess, I'm presuming that that exact faith was the thing fueling your ability to talk to spirits. So now you're going to have to find something else to draw your faith from. And that means the rules might change. The rituals, the practices, the things that you've been operating on up to this point might not be the same if it's not coming from the same source. You could take a toaster and put some gasoline on it, but that doesn't mean it's going to run. And you could take a AA battery and throw it into the car. That don't mean it's going to turn.
I have noticed that. It seems like there's some things that I could do that are different now.
All right. If you're noticing, then that might be the first step. But it sounds like you're more worried about this at the core of your person than you are about the magic part. That seems to be just the something down the line, you know, a little downstream from it. This is very important. So, I guess what I'm saying is, why don't we try it again? And I'll give you a little help this time. He reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a small bottle of clear white liquid. Or clear liquid. Sorry.
Okay.
It looks no different than water, but it's in a familiar sort of bottle shape. He gives a little shake and hands it in front of you.
What is this?
It'll calm you down. You're wrapped up tighter than a spring. You need to loosen out if you're going to get in touch on that inside.
I don't know. My taste in liquids is very particular.
I'm sure. And?
Emma stares at the bottle before twisting the top and kind of pushing all of her anxiety down about something like this. She then just downs the entire thing.
Oh my god. Give me... What would be a fucking constitution check? We're doing like...
Stamina?
Stamina, but what? Stamina...
That is interesting.
Athletics?
I mean, really, it is just for resisting damage. It really is just stamina.
Yeah.
Is this
survival?
To
force it down?
Meditation, maybe?
Streetwise?
Survival, maybe?
Alright, give me a stamina survival at difficulty 6.
Oh boy.
Oh, here we go.
Resist poison check.
Yeah.
I think I have an idea of what's about to happen, and I'm... Oh my god.
Amazing. Well,
How?
the liquid hits your mouth, and in imagining that if this was going to be something that you disliked, you had already mentally prepared yourself to just swallow it down. But after the first gulp, that burning sensation over your tongue and your throat, it makes it hard to swallow down even more. But you do a second gulp, and at that point, he grabs the bottle from your mouth. Whoa, 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 whoa. I know you're eager, but that's probably more than enough, young lady. You probably fly away in the right wind. I don't think you can handle that much.
Wait. Oh, hold on. What do you mean? What exactly did I just drink?
Probably some 90 proof
something to
vodka.
ask before.
100% methamphetamine.
Vodka. Vodka. Mm-hmm.
Wait, I've
It'll loosen you up.
I've never heard of a drink outside of wine. You know.
Oh, well, you've had some wine then. In that case, it should be familiar.
For ceremony.
Might be a little bit stronger, but he takes a swig himself and then caps the bottle and puts it back in his sleeve. Well, let's try it again. I want you to give me another wits meditation at difficulty 6.
Okay. Difficulty 6.
All right. As you try to find your quiet place and center yourself and open yourself to the cosmos, the alcohol begins to kick in, and your mind doesn't stay as focused on all of the anxiety that you've been suffering in. You feel yourself opening up more and more, and the strong, pungent aroma of Harry seems to fall away, and you're allowing yourself to be trained in on your own mental state. And you begin to have some visions. It's once again you in the embrace of the willow tree. And you can feel it trying to communicate something to you. And when you try to turn or move, you feel rooted to the ground. And you look up, and in a haze, you see a collection of shadowy figures in front of you, and they take on form, and you recognize them as your cohorts. There's Nicholas, there's Anthony and Ethan. And your roots begin to come out of the ground, and you can feel them going up their legs and wrapping around their bodies as you connect to them. And the tree, it reaches down into your sleeve and it pulls out the book and it flips through the pages. And as it does, you can see a purple eyeball begin to glow on the pages of the book, as well as on the foreheads of your 3 friends. And then the opaque pages become transparent, as you've seen 1,000 times, and then the vision fades away.
That was different.
And what was that?
I guess it's clarification of my new source.
Any insight then?
I think I was a little too focused on just a single aspect of it. It's not just Josephine.
There's more to it?
I think so. I think I have other friends.
That sounds important too.
Took some vodka and a spiritual journey to realize she has friends.
Holy shit, self-esteem is real. I can have it.
Well, in that case then, tell me about before. Anytime before this major change came about, what was it that you would do with your magic?
Well, typically, I would pray. I would ask for the power to do this.
Well. And since then, what's been the most difficult thing to do?
I suppose it would be this. Trying to connect to the spirits again.
Well, I can't exactly say I've seen this many times before, so my direction here could be a little off, but tell me if I'm anywhere near the target. Before, when you had all of your trust in your faith, you would ask for it and receive it. But now, you gotta reach to something else for it, and you're not receiving it. Could it be that you're trying to draw from an empty well?
An empty well.
Right. So, if before you thought you could do what you could do because you were getting it from God, and now you've put something else there, is that what you should be leaning on?
You raise a fair point. Harry.
Yeah?
I want to try doing this again.
Alright. You gonna use your little book there? Well, let's see it. Gonna tell us about the ritual you're about to perform then. The little casting that you're gonna do.
Anna looks at the book for a little bit and she kind of gives it a faux hug before slipping it back into her sleeve.
Okay.
And then she's going to pull something else out. She's going to pull out one of these new high-tech cellular phones.
Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to hold it up. And just kind of stare at the black screen before whispering to herself, "Show me what lies beyond." so that I can better help my friends. Should I roll Arete?
One moment, I'm thinking.
Okay.
It may be the alcohol. It may be the serenity in this moment. But you feel a directing force. Something that seems to be trying to communicate with you from beyond. And despite the circumstances, you can get this fainting feeling that the magic flow inside of you is being held back by some condition that hasn't been met. And it requires you to do something opposite to what you were like before.
Opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Opposite.
Mm-hmm. In the past, I know your rules had a limitation to them. The target of your spells was limited to yourself in many cases. And you feel it pressured to push beyond the self.
Mm.
The vision of the roots spreading. When your book activates, it also activates on your friends.
I suddenly put a hand on Harry's shoulder.
Roll me Arete at difficulty 4. Despite the moment, yes, despite the moment leading up to this being slightly confusing, you're suddenly awakened to the reality that before, when the great golden tree was directing you, you were the channel of divine power, and it would grant it to you for you to use. But under this new tree, it seems as if your strength is only possible when it's not only residing within yourself, but when you're spreading it to those around you that you care for. Doing it only to yourself and for yourself is going to make things far more difficult. But it will be easier if you share it with those around you. And in this moment, holding the phone, the new connection to you and your friends, you feel that it has gained some new significance. And you're able to, without peering through it and looking through your phone as you would the book, your eyes are aware of the spirit realm around you as it is overlaid on top of reality itself. You are in the in-between. You are walking within not only reality, but you are witnessing the spirit realm along with Harry.
I did it.
Your eyes are wide open?
Yes.
And how does it look?
It looks beautiful.
Well, that's a start. You, might want to mosey on back to the house with me. I get the feeling you're going to need some water soon. And maybe some more bread. Maybe we should wait another day before we go any deeper into this. But I think we got something started here.
I suppose so.
He pats you on the back, and you all start walking back that way. Now, Anthony and Ethan, it's time for us to make a little road trip down to Springfield, the Springfield Casino.
Oh, yeah.
All right, what are you guys rolling in? What are you dressed up? You still in
you do whatever we like.
Your baking outfit and your office clothes, or did we also get you some new outfits?
No, we can stop by. I can get a fine suit.
Oh yeah. No, Ethan's looking for something real nice. You were handed money, we're going to walk in with some amount of style.
Let's go. All right. You stop at the outlets or mall or whatever on the way. Give us a little rundown of what the new drip is for Anthony and Ethan. Let's hear it. We got fan art to have made. Come on.
Well, let's see here. So, in Ethan's case, he's going to go... You know what? He's going to go ostentatious as fuck. This middle-aged dude, who's not in particularly fantastic looking shape, more bulk than lithe muscle, so he's not exactly the kind of character you think of when you think of, oh, hot dude to draw fan art of, with a thankfully not receding hairline, has decided to put on the Beetlejuice suit. He's getting the black and white striped suit. We're going for it.
Awesome.
Let's get spicy. Black shoes, pinstripe suit. Let's fucking go.
Dang, we're gonna have Beetlejuice and the Mask on the team, along with Hatsune Miku. All right, Anthony,
Yeah.
how are we rounding out this team then? Are you gonna actually be Batman then?
Go for it. Yeah.
I was actually gonna just go with a nice blue pinstripe suit.
Nice. You got some matching shoes for that? What are you gonna do?
Of course, shoes, socks, tie.
Yeah, but you going like black dress shoes? You got brown shoes? You going loafers?
I mean, it's got to go black.
Oh, black, yeah.
Cowboy boots?
The black and oh yeah, the cowboy boots and cowboy hat with the suit. That's a style. That's a drip. But black loafers then. All right. Or dress shoes.
Dress shoes.
Dress shoes. All right. Well, you guys get suited up. You mosey on down to the casino where you see every pension holding member over 60 sitting at every single slot machine cranking away. There's a couple high rollers at some of the big tables and a bunch of maybe middle-aged, younger, doing some of the other accoutrements around the casino. A lot of people in line at the buffet right now. What's going to be the first place you guys sit down at?
Well,
if you even go together, I guess. You could split up.
I did realize something with my outfit. It needs to not be completely tight on me. It does need to be the jacket at least. Part needs to be a little loose.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Otherwise, you're not going to be able to hide a cleaver in there.
Yeah, exactly. You could get one of those gun holsters that goes underneath your armpits, basically, like Private Eye would have, but instead you put a fucking cleaver in there.
Yeah, we're doing that.
Like some kind of psycho. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Just rock the Beetlejuice and the hash slinging slasher. Yeah, this is great.
I am not a psycho. I know exactly what I'm doing.
The sash bringing, the flash singing. All right, I like that. What about your giant wooden spoon?
Oh right.
I mean, I'm not worried
It's
about
like
that
he
tonight.
puts it on the hat where he'd have a feather. The spooned cap.
I was gonna say you could put it on like the inner thigh, and that way people could just be like, "Wow, that man's got a huge one. He's got some big wood under there." Sorry. I'll stop. Anyway. Yes. So you're in the casino. Where do you guys go?
Let's see. What's available right in front of us that looks the most populated?
There's
besides the the slot machines. Obviously, yeah.
by the nature of it, craps is usually a full table. There's usually a lot of people gathered around the craps table.
Okay.
Otherwise, there's a roulette, there's blackjack, there's Texas Hold'em for poker. Got a lot of tables, but the crowd is around the craps table right now.
Okay. I don't actually know how to play craps. This is going to be a problem.
You're not the only one.
Me, the person, not the character.
We need specific numbers to show up, and that's okay.
Yeah.
I am here.
Okay. And that's the thing too. I could do some fuckery with moving things around. You know what? Anthony, you do it first. Oh, actually, sorry, in character. All right, Anthony, you go ahead and pull your fusion first. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, not a problem.
Show off. Let's see what happens.
Hold on, I'm looking up how to play craps.
Okay, good.
Wow.
Directing the fall of dice does fall within level 2.
Yes.
Yay.
Absolutely it does.
Nice.
So we're going to say you're trying to get 7 or 11. You roll the dice, and then you can hold one of the dice and re-roll the others if you don't get a 7 or 11. And then you place bets on if you think they're going to make it or not. I don't know. You know what? I should probably just say they're at the blackjack table, because that's one I understand.
I do know blackjack.
Yeah, let's just retcon. Craps don't reel. It's all blackjack and poker and roulette. Never mind. I just know from my experience of seeing casinos, it's usually like the craps table where everyone gathers around. But in this universe,
Texas Hold'em.
Yeah.
At least there's that.
Okay, so after that timeline split off and went into the abyss, you're now in a casino where the most busy table is the blackjack table.
But Eo, I don't know how to play blackjack in this universe.
Okay, well, fuck off.
All right. Yeah, seriously though. Okay.
Do you not know how to play blackjack?
Yeah, I do actually know how to play blackjack.
Okay.
In this universe, it's the same as in the real world, except you have to hit 22 and not 21.
No.
Just
All my strategies.
The dealer sees you sit down at the table. Oh, wait. Are you sitting down at the table, or are you just leaning over someone's shoulder?
I'll sit down at the table.
Okay.
I'll sit back and watch him do his thing on his first run. Actually, no, better. No, I'm sitting down with him. We're competing. Let's see how much we can steal. I mean, win.
I guess first is, do they cash us at the table, or do we have to get chips first?
You'd have to get chips first.
Okay.
Yeah, fair.
I assumed when you
okay.
came in the door, that was part of
Good.
getting in.
Got chips.
Yep. It's this table is a $5 blind Annie So you'll have to put down a $5 chip each game at least.
Okay.
And then the dealer throws out the cards. Do I have like
We
a
got a
card
maximum.
generator? Maximum bet?
Oh no! Please don't throw out the entire bag of money all at once.
Do they normally
It wasn't going to
have
be the
a
entire
maximum?
amount, but like just
I guess if this is a $5 table, maximum bet's probably like $100 blind.
going for 100.
All right. As soon as you do, everyone at the table looks over at you, and only one person stays in and matches you. The dealer then, oh my gosh, now I'm going to need a card generator.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh,
Not a, holy shit, why is the first thing that comes up a credit card generator? I meant playing card generator.
We'll need the 3 funny numbers on the back.
Oh
What the actual hell?
Amazing. Are you on a list now?
I might be.
Exactly.
Oh shit.
All right. You're given your 2 cards. You get a King of Spades and an 8 of Diamonds.
Okay.
The
Good hand.
other person gets their cards and the dealer gets his card. And it is your play. Do you take a hit? Do you stay? Do you do magic?
I'm going to do some magic.
All right, what you doing?
I'm going to kind of fold my arms, but what I'm actually doing is I'm trying to kind of with my fingers be touching my cleaver and be focusing. I want a 3 of hearts. And I am going to make the next card a 3 of hearts.
All right.
Are you threatening causality with the cleaver?
Yes. I cut through fate.
Oh, jeez.
All right. In that case, then, this probability roll will be an Arete at difficulty 4.
Okay. Back to my character sheet. Arete. Difficulty 4. You know what? We rested up. Let's spend a quintessence.
Okay.
Make it difficulty 3.
Sounds fine to me.
Yay.
All right. So, you touch your cleaver, and in your mind, you envision the next card being a 3 of hearts coming up. I presume then that you ask for a hit.
Tap the table.
The dealer then reaches over to the little distributor, pulls the card out, and then flips it in front of you, and it's a 3 of diamonds.
Close. Oh, I'll wave my hand over the cards.
All right. He moves on down to the next guy, who takes a hit as well. And it flips over. It's a Queen of Diamonds. And he busts. He throws his cards down, and he gets up from the table, and the dealer pulls the cards in. The dealer then looks at his own, and he says, stay. He flips them over, and he had a King of Diamonds and a Queen of Hearts. 20. And you show yours, and oh look, 21. The chips roll over to your side of the table, and the next hand begins.
And yeah, I'm just going to do this for a little bit.
All right. How about you, ID?
All right. So Ethan watches this and just kind of nods his head and goes, all right. Yeah, all right, I see. I got it. He's just sort of watching the gameplay and he's realizing, okay, yeah, he's just getting the hands he needs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, well, I was about to do something super vulgar because that's like the instant thought I always have with magic. It's like, what if I just had his hand? No. No, all right. Ethan's gonna sit down at the table.
All right.
He's gonna pan.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
You sit down. You have to put your 5-chip ante in. The
Yep.
dealer deals out your first card. It's a 4 of hearts.
Okay.
Then Anthony gets his card. It's a 6 of spades. The dealer hands him out to the rest, then to himself, and then the second card to Ethan is an 8 of diamonds. The second card to go to Anthony is a 4 of diamonds. And then the rest of the cards are dealt out.
Oh, actually, quick question with this. Is this a variant where cards are all face up or one of the cards stays face down?
It should be for
our cards stay down.
Yeah, your
one card.
No, I think it's the first.
Yeah, the first card is down, second card up.
Okay.
When dealer goes, when they go to play their hand.
Yeah,
both get shown.
They both get shown.
Okay. All right. In which case, Ethan's looking at his card, so his first card is face down, is what you're saying.
Yeah, your first card is face down. The second one is face up.
Okay. Well, I was going to swap out my card with somebody else's, but that's actually pretty dangerous to do right now. Crap. Well, shoot, there's no actual...
other people know what cards they have.
Oh, well, yeah.
Were you working on your correspondence? Trying to get that one up?
That's the idea, yeah.
Okay.
I might be getting...
There's a few ways you can go about it. One a lot riskier than the other.
What are you thinking?
The riskiest way would be that you'd have to somehow get a deck of cards that looks exactly like the cards that they're using. And pull cards out of that.
Well, actually, that's a thought.
The other would be to just swap a card that you have with one that's already in the thing.
Oh, no. I've got an idea. Ethan is going to watch the game go by. He's going to play it normally for the first round. But he's going to take note of the design of the cards.
Okay.
So he's watching the 4 he's gotten, he's watching the 8 he's gotten, he's going to watch other cards that go face up on the table. He'll memorize these as best he can.
Okay. Then it comes around to you again. Are you going to hit or stay?
I'll hit.
A king of clubs.
King's 10, right?
Yep.
Does the dealer draw it face up, or do I have to turn it face up?
The dealer draws it face up.
Son of a bitch.
So your first card should be face down. These 2 cards should be face up.
Yes. Okay.
When he's drawing from the deck, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but they have like these little plastic containers where the deck is basically on its side, and they slide it out face down on the table, and then when it's in front of you, he'll reveal it and place it in front of you. So during the time where his hand is sliding the card across the table, it would be face down until he reveals it in front of you.
And there's like 5 decks together in there.
Yeah.
Right. So Ethan's looking over the cards. Here's an idea. So Ethan's going to take a look at the cards he's just drawn. He's going to look and go, nah, shit. And he's going to attempt to do this using his correspondence because his first card's face down. This first is the 4. He's going to try to swap it with a 3 from one of the decks.
Okay. Then first, I think you would have to use your correspondence site to like basically see what all of the cards are.
Yep.
I think because I don't think
that's
should
great
be too
cheating
difficult.
there in itself, just knowing what cards are coming up.
Exactly. Which, I mean, I should just be doing anyway, but in this case, he's going... I guess he didn't think of that. He's going risky to start with. Like, okay. He's got Matter 2 and Correspondence 3, so...
There's objects, spot spatial instabilities.
Actually, if Ethan was smart enough, using Time 2, Correspondence 3, and Matter 2, he technically could just see each draw that's happened from the deck so far in the past several games.
Right?
But I didn't think of that because I'm not as smart as my character should be.
Past draws don't matter. It's future draws that do.
That too. I could have... Fuck me, I could probably do that. Wow, I'm dumb. No, but seriously. If it's at all possible to observe the cards in the deck and just find a 3 and quickly swap out my 4 for a 3, that's what I'm going to be aiming to do.
I think first you would have to note where they are. So let's get an Arete at difficulty 4 so that you can recognize the placement of the 3.
Okay. Difficulty 4, you said?
Can you tell us how you are performing this magical casting?
There's a 1. Alrighty. So Ethan is... So I'd say that... I'd imagine that a casino would want you to not be obviously doing something with an electronic device that would be seen as tampering.
Yeah, usually. That's quite frowned upon.
Yeah. Ethan's going to kind of nervously tap at his phone just on the table face down. So he's just going to tap it on the table. His phone's going to buzz as if receiving a text message. I'd imagine he's going to take a quick look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd imagine that the person tending to this table is probably going to be just like, dude, phone away now. But all he needs to see is that one screenshot of where that 3 is. Basically, he's getting a correspondence-based transmission. There's a little find search little function to see where that 3 is in one of those decks. He just needs 1. He doesn't even care what suit.
Okay.
So first one he sees, he is selecting.
Okay. So from the screen of your phone, you can see a ordered list. You see it show up on your phone. Very small fine print because there's so many cards, and the scroll bar is quite long. But only about 23 entries in, one of the numbers is highlighted.
Bingo. I mean, Yahtzee.
Yep. Uno.
Yeah, one of those.
Go fish.
All right.
Old maid.
Yeah. All right. Number 23 then. So he's got to figure it out. I'm imagining it'll be another roll to actually swap the items.
Yes. And using your matter, you should be able to do that with a 3 plus matter 2.
Mm-hmm.
So give us an Arete at difficulty 5.
All right, Arete difficulty 5. Here we go. Please. 3.
Yep. And let's see. You're involving matter in this one. What is your focus for matter?
Oh gosh.
I should be asking you about your your casting before we roll the dice, but I keep forgetting.
Yeah. Jeez. So we never actually did establish one for that because we swapped a couple things around. That said, out of what's here, matter would correspond best to his favorite coffee mug.
Makes sense to me.
He's going to go ahead, take a swig from his coffee mug, yet more of that sweet ambrosia flowing into him. And with that nervous energy that he's been building up, he's tapping at his cards, double checking them, and as he flicks one of the card, or he flicks his face down card up to take a peek at it, it flips over to the card he wants. Essentially, a bit of a magic sleight of hand trick.
Okay. And the card that you had gets replaced into the deck again, and the 3 of hearts ends up in your hand. And now that previously mentioned King of Spades is revealed by the dealer, and he asks if you're stay or hit.
I'm gonna stay. I think I'm good.
All right. He now gestures over to Anthony. Whom at this point, I've already forgotten whatever 2 cards I had given to you.
It was a 6 and a 4.
All right. I'm glad you remembered.
I will take a hit. Well, because it's a good position to be in.
All right. The dealer grabs a card and slides it over, reveals it to be the Jack of Clubs.
I'll stay.
All right. He moves on down to the next person, reveals a Queen of Hearts, and they flip their cards over and show that they had a 7 and an 8, and now they have bust. And he hands a 9 of clubs over to the remaining person at the table, and they stay. He reveals his own hand, which is a 3 of spades and a king of clubs, and he has to draw again, and he gets an 8 of diamonds for 21. And I believe you two both had 21?
Yep.
I have 20. That's okay.
Wait, didn't I give you a jack?
Yeah, Jack. That's 10. 6
It's
and
11.
4. That's a Jack.
Jacks are 11.
No, aces are 11.
Oh, you're
Aces
right.
are 1 or 11.
Yeah.
It's okay.
My
Blackjack
bad.
is my favorite game.
It's just it had Jack in the name, so I was like, 21. My bad. Okay, he got 21, so...
That's okay. I'll lose this round. That's good, because I'm...
taking the heat off.
Planning to do something.
The sus.
Okay. And Ethan's gonna kind of, once the hands are revealed, and he's like, hey, I guess I get some, bud. He just sort of looks over and winks at Anthony. Goes like, what do you got?
The chips head over to Ethan's side of the table, but the dealer gives a glance over to a corner, and a rather large man in suspenders and a white shirt, walkie-talkie on his belt, comes up, and he rests an arm on your shoulder, Ethan, and he goes, "Sir, there's no outside food or drink. I'm going to have to ask you to please remove that."
Oh,
the mug.
Oh, this thing?
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's called a mug. It's not food or drink. It's what you kind of put it in. If you have a coffee thing, actually, I'd love to get some.
Sir, I'm not here to have games with you, all right? Only the approved containers. It was mentioned on the door. We can't have people just bringing in whatever they want, you know. You understand, right?
I mean, I say I don't understand, but I think I understand. Alrighty. He's going to put away the mug.
We can hold that mug for you until it's time for you to cash out.
That's my favorite.
That way you don't have to take it out to your car or something like that. You could just sit there with your belongings. It'll be safe.
Ethan's going to look over at Anthony with sadness. Just be like, my coffee. All right, but if anyone lays a hand on that thing, I'm gonna need a new one, like a really good one.
I assure you, sir, it'll remain in this exact condition. And thank you for being as cooperative as you can. Millie, and a lady dressed up really nicely comes over and she's got a tray full of beers, and he grabs one off of it and sits it in front of you. There you go, sir. Enjoy your stay. And he goes back behind where the chip table is and talks to the person there and points at you and hands him the mug, and you see the man put it underneath the counter.
Oh. He just looks down at the beer and goes, "This ain't a cappuccino."
But it's a cold brewski. Isn't that what you want?
No. Okay, well now we gotta start fucking with other magic. Are we gonna sit down for one more round?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
One more. This
All
is where I'm going to push luck.
Okay, I'm curious about this. I've got my own thing I want to do, but I want to hear you first.
Okay.
I don't
So
have, like...
I'm going to affect both cards dealt to me.
Ooh.
All right, tell us how it's going to happen.
I want 2 kings.
Oh, all right.
Ooh.
That does seem particularly difficult. Let's see. Entropy. Affect predictable patterns. So I'm not sure how much of this is meta knowledge, but if you push up to level 3, instead of like affecting an outcome slightly, you can instead give people good or bad luck. Would you like to...
I am trying to work on 3. I don't have it yet.
Yeah. So effectively, you're going to try to give yourself a really good probability by getting 2 kings.
Well, there's more than just that.
Okay, but that's your first effect?
Yes.
Then go ahead and give us Arete at difficulty 4 for your... Or difficulty 5, I'm sorry. Difficulty 5.
Okay.
Because it is a 2 dot.
Come on. Please work.
That's a blue number.
Okay.
It's a 0.
0.
It got canceled out. All right. Then before the cards are drawn and your Annies are paid, Ethan, are you doing anything? Or is there more to what you're doing, Anthony?
No. Not much more I can do. It's all based on that.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Do you pull your phone out and teleport the mug back into your pocket?
No. He's gonna do something. He's gonna do something a bit more subtle.
Okay.
On each of the upcoming cards he's getting, Ethan's going to use his time sight. In this case, actually, wait. So the watch was associated. I'm looking at my my foci.
Mm-hmm.
What was my watch associated with? That was not time. No, wait. Sorry. Correspondence was no.
Correspondence was your flip phone. The Casio calculator watch I thought was time.
It should be, yes.
And the fancy pen was... No, because you did your time sight before with the pen, because you doodled about the past.
Right. Oh, gosh. Oh, that was also in the first session I showed up where I didn't know what the hell I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, jeez. Shoot, and foci are supposed to be very specific.
Usually, yes.
Ooh.
It is possible. I know when we were going over these things originally, the idea is that usually it's good to have a foci for each sphere, but it's possible to only have one foci that you use, or one focus that you use all of your magic through. The only problem is that means if you ever lose that focus, you basically lose all of your spell casting. So it can be convenient in that you only have one thing that you need, but it could also be inconvenient in that if you lose that one thing, you lose all of your casting.
Right. Could I flex a bit by using the watch for time? Just keeping it simple here.
Sure. In that case, then, what we're saying, the mug is matter, the watch is time, the phone is correspondence, and then I'm guessing the pin is prime, then?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. Then
All
I'm
right.
cool with that.
Yeah. Ethan is going to go ahead and pull from his time sphere. He's going to see in the reflection of his phone, or his phone, damn it, I keep saying the wrong thing. The reflection of his watch, the face of the watch, Jesus. He's going to see the cards that will be incoming to him and the others. So he'll try to base his draws on that.
Ah, okay. I see what you're doing there.
Mm-hmm.
Then,
sort of the sort of thing where it'd be coincidental for anyone else to see.
Cool. Then go ahead and give us your Eotidiss difficulty 5 for your past/future sight.
Difficulty 5. How's a 3 looking?
3's looking pretty good. So, you know that you are going to get an 8 of clubs and a 3 of diamonds on your first 2 cards. And then you know that Anthony next to you is going to get an 8 of hearts and an 8 of spades. And the next person down is going to get a jack of clubs and a 9 of hearts.
Okay.
The other person left the table, and so that leaves you with the dealer getting a 10 of diamonds and a jack of spades.
Crap, everyone's got better hands than me.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, jeez. Oh, I can't bust out, so at least there's that. Okay, I actually have to bring real blackjack skills into this. Oh, crap. Okay. Ethan's gotten that knowledge. We've taken away his ability to mess with matter for the moment, unless he wants to really flex things, and that's probably not going to work. Shoot. Alright, I actually just have to be good at this. Alright, I'll let the first round of 2 cards go by.
Alright, the cards come out. I hope you guys remembered what I said, because I've already forgotten.
Yeah, Ethan's going to go ahead and let this happen, but just keeping in mind the numbers that are involved here.
I should type these out into the chat whenever they happen. That's how I'm going to do this now. All right, the next card you get. I'm sorry. Do you hit or do you stay?
Well, let me look into the future for a moment to see what I get.
All right, then give us another Eotidiss at difficulty 5.
All right.
Foosh it up.
All right. Please, 1.
Ooh. The information on your watch is a little bit shaky. Is that an 8 or a 9? It could be either one of those, and the suit just isn't showing.
Honestly, ooh. Damn it, if it's an 8, then I'm screwed, because I can't get a reliable draw next. If it's a 9, I'm fine. Ah, damn it. Can I roll something for Ethan to recognize what the best move would be here, given that you're the DM and know the reality of what's actually going to happen? So, for example, intelligence plus, I'm looking through my stats, intelligence plus academics to count the deck.
Well, what you are currently sitting at is... What's your current hand?
Table, I can't do that. My current hand is an 11. It would bring it to either a it'd either bring me to a 19 or a 20, but we already have 2 20s on the board. I need to get a 20 to at least finish this out okay.
Mm-hmm. Then, if you know you're going to have to get the high roll here in order to go any further, then it's probably your best choice to fold.
Are you saying that empirically that I should probably fold?
Yeah, because I mean, a professional player would probably just be like, yeah, I'll take the chance on that. You're at an 11, so, if you pull and you get something like anything, it's safe. But you know that there's people with 20s, and an 8 or 9 is coming, and that you need to beat them. So
pointing out knowledge of blackjack.
Oh, please go ahead.
It
Save
doesn't
me.
matter. It doesn't matter what other players have. You're only trying to beat one person.
The dealer.
The dealer. Oh, sorry. Remind me of the dealer's cards.
He had a 20 also.
One thing I missed. He had 20. Yeah, which is.
He had a 10 and an
means-
ace.
Which means he will stay. He has to.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
means I
it
could
does
keep it-
mean you know if you get a 19, you're losing, unless the next card after that is a 1 or a 2. An ace.
I'm gonna
or-
lose if I.
So you're either going to lose by just dropping out now,
Hmm.
or you take that chance and take that hit because you need that 20.
I'm gonna lose either way if it fails. So
You don't
All
lose
right.
any more if you drop out now than if you just wait to see what it is.
Exactly.
Mhm.
hmm,
That's my point.
right, aim to the next. Ah, jeez. I gotta think here. Ah, this is an actual decision. Why am I so? This is the most tense decision I've made in the game so far.
Let
Do
me-
I hit or do I stay?
Let me go find the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music to put on in the background.
No.
Do.
Wait, did you put a $5 bet on this?
Oh,
Yes,
well,
it was the $5 Annie.
Ethan's so stingy. He's freaking out over $5. Go for it. Go for it. Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna kowtow to chat here. I'm sorry. Going for it.
All right.
Okay. Ask the audience.
All right. They don't get to know the consequences of their actions. They're going to bed. Let's see what happens.
The card comes and it's an 8 of clubs.
Oh, you son of. Okay, well. Okay, so I have one last thing I can do here. Could I go? Can I try one more hit, or am I out?
Yeah,
I forget.
no, you can do another hit until you
Okay.
bust. You are at 19 right now.
Yes, this is risky as hell. I literally need a 2 or an ace.
Mhm.
But I can see the future. Let me do one more of these.
I can see the future.
Same difficulty as before?
Yep.
All right. Difficulty 5, please. We got a 2.
2. The next card that would be coming down the line is an ace of diamonds.
Oh my god. I'm hitting.
All right. You tap the card. The people at the table look around and it reveals ace of diamonds.
There we go.
You'll stay?
Now here's the thing. I'm forgetting. This is the one thing I'm forgetting about blackjack. Do I beat the dealer if I meet?
I think you just don't lose the money.
I think
Okay.
House wins
Yeah.
ties, isn't it?
Is it? Ah.
I believe
I-
house wins ties unless you get blackjack.
Oh,
Okay. Ooh.
I
I mean,
think.
I don't know for sure, but
It is insanely
Let's see.
improbable that another ace comes by.
I
can
definitely
look.
wasn't-
House would rig it in their favor that way.
Ah, yeah. Here's the thing. I could look and see if I get an ace, and if I just am not going to, I stay. I can keep cheating harder. I feel like Jotaro playing fucking cards and just doing stupid mind games, and it's like it's just a game of cards. What are you doing? In that case, it was worse, but anyway. I'm gonna pull one more attempt
Oh,
at seeing the future.
Okay. Will
Unless you have
I
something
still
to go.
win if both I and the dealer get blackjack? If both
Ooh.
the player and the dealer get a blackjack, the hand is a push and neither wins or loses. However, a
Alright.
blackjack hand that comprises an ace and a 10 value card beats a blackjack hand with 3 or more cards.
Wait.
So, if in the event of a tie, for some reason, an ace beats out a 3 card, so having less cards seems to be a winner there. Interesting. I didn't know about that.
Okay.
But
I don't
that's
think
not
I'll-
the event here since the
But,
dealer has a
yeah.
20 and not a 21.
All right, I'm gonna do one more attempt at seeing the future. If it is an ace, I hit and we go for it. Otherwise, I'm staying and I'm just gonna take the loss. Is
What?
that cool?
You're at 21 right now, right?
I'm at 20.
Oh, you're at 20. Right. You're
That's
seeing
why
if
I'm
it's
so
another
freaked out
ace.
here. I'm on the cusp.
Okay.
Damn it.
So
Yo, you're making my addiction come back. No, I'm joking.
Sorry. So you're
I don't
gonna look.
actually-
You're peering into the future once more.
One more time. Let's go.
One more time.
All the marbles. Got a 1.
Ooh.
How's it looking?
All right. Your little watch. You look down at it, and on it you can see that there is It's not a face card. It's a number card.
But I can't tell what it is.
Yep.
If it's a number card, chances are I'm screwed. I can't take it.
It's like one of those liquid diode sort of screens, right? Like it's just the black and gray.
Oh, so it looks like it's like when you press your finger into one of those and it gets all mushy.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
can't tell what number it is. Yeah. Shoot. Okay, so I'm gonna stay. I'll take the loss. I can't possibly no.
Okay.
Okay.
Crusader.
If I can't see it clearly.
Or Anthony, sorry.
I want to break probability.
Let's go.
What?
You dealt me 2 8s.
Mm-hmm.
While it wasn't exactly what I want, I can from here still do what I want.
True.
Ooh,
Just takes longer.
interesting.
So let's split with my $100 bets.
All right. You're splitting your cards into 100 bet each.
And 2 new cards come. I need to break probability because I need both of them to be 8s.
Oh my god, and have a full squad of 8s.
Yes, and then I want to split again, and I want to play 4 hands
Okay.
What?
with
That's-
$100 bets.
I see.
Oh my god.
Okay. In that case, then, please give us the probability roll of your Arete difficulty 5.
I am spending a willpower on this one.
Yeah.
That's 3 total.
Mm-hmm. You do the split. You place 100. After you do the 100 bet, do people have to match you then? Or
No,
does it wait
because
until...
it's you're only playing your own hand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is like side bets, basically. All right, then the dealer draws the new cards for the first pile, the new card for the first pile, and he flips over an 8 of diamonds. And, holy shit, the 8 of clubs. So that should be all 4 8s.
Yes, which I will now split again.
And now the dealer says, again? No, yes, absolutely. And that means you have to put 100 down again on each one.
Oh, put the chips out.
And some whispering in the crowd behind you as people come over and see that there are 4 hands sitting here, and he's going to generate new cards. Is there any tomfoolery that's going to go on before the cards are drawn?
No, because each hand gets played separately in order from right to left.
Mm-hmm. And right
So
now it's
we'll-
just an 8 waiting on a card.
Yes, so we're going to wait and see what we have and then affect each hand.
Okay. The card for the first hand is drawn, and it's a Queen of Diamonds. The second one is the 2 of Hearts. The third one, Queen of Diamonds, 2
Yes.
of Hearts,
Hmm.
7 clubs.
Does Roll20 still have that thing where you can add cards to the table?
I think so, but it's too
There
much
is
for
a
this.
way if you have it set up.
All right, there we go. Queen of Diamonds on the first 8, the 2 of Hearts on the second, the 7 of Clubs on the third, and the 10 of Diamonds on the fourth.
Okay. So with this, the first one, I need to make it a 3.
Mm-hmm. And decidedly so. Do your will working.
Is this difficulty 4 this time?
Is
Are we
it with a
going-
quintessence?
No.
Because
So
it
it's
should
still
be
5.
should
Okay.
be 5.
Okay. Okay.
All right. The 3 of clubs comes out.
I will then stay on that hand.
Mm-hmm. The crowd behind you, you hear, oh my god.
Ethan's just looking over like, wait a minute. That's not what I saw. Doesn't say it out loud, but like he's just looking at you like you were playing chess, I was playing checkers. Oh shit.
We're in my domain now.
So you have the 8 and the 2 of hearts on the next one. What are you looking for?
Let's go flashy. Let's make this an ace.
All right. You're going to have to roll it again.
Yes.
Same difficulty till you guys get a failure.
Yo.
3 successes.
Oh, that is the
pretty good.
the ace of spades. The only card I need.
Jesus.
Oh, now people are, there's like clapping going on behind you. Oh!
Ethan's just so pissed. He's like, what the fuck? God damn it.
The next, the 7 and 8 together.
So 15. So I need a 6.
Mm-hmm. Push your luck even further.
Yes, I will spend a quintessence on this one.
Ooh. And the 6 of diamonds comes out. Of course, now quite a crowd is gathering around the table, and people are now placing bets with each other if you'll sweep all 4. You can hear a murmuring going on behind you. As people say, is this even possible? I've never seen this before. Your last hand.
Only the
On an
legends.
No, he is legend.
We need a 3.
Oh no.
The 3. All right.
Mm.
Everyone in the crowd, he just needs a 3.
Spending a willpower on this one.
You can get 4 21s in the same hand.
No way.
So total of 4.
No fucking way.
Mm-hmm. I have lost count of each of the 3s that have already come out so far, so whatever remaining 3 that hasn't been
Yeah,
shown.
there's 5 decks in there, so
Oh, you can get repeats, no problem.
yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say, but wait a minute.
I thought they were still separated by. I thought they were individually shuffled and then
No,
stacked.
they're all mixed. This way, it's harder to count them.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Then a 3 of diamonds lands.
I got
face
but I
up.
got a 3 of diamonds.
Yes.
That's a no. No. That's cheating. You bastard.
I'm fine with staying on all this.
Ethan is visibly fuming.
The crowd erupts in a roar. There are people that are coming up that are like patting you on the back. Somebody takes their phone and they start flashing pictures of the table in front of you with 100 chip sitting next to each one of your hands, showing them there. And the dealer flips over his card. He's sitting at 20. And he
that would have been hilarious if the dealer had a natural 21 and that was all pointless.
Well, no. He couldn't have. I checked.
when he's as soon as he's over 17 he has to stay, right?
Oh yeah, I knew. I was just saying
Yeah.
in the real life situation, if that had happened and the dealer was like,
Actually,
no, I also have 21.
I think in real life, the dealer just says that they have blackjack and the game ends.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
there's no point. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's just rude. And then, geez, what is even the payout for that then?
It's
Oh,
going to
but
be
it's more than-
$400.
You fuck.
Yeah. So
Ethan's actually mad.
chips go rolling towards Anthony.
Congrats.
The crowd is cheering for him. There's people that are behind you going, "Oh my god, man, you're sick." Some college-looking dude bros, "Whoa, man, I've never seen something like that. You're insane."
I'll throw a 50 chip to the dealer.
Mm-hmm. The dealer nods his head and puts it in one of his pockets, and then what?
Say, well, I know when once in a lifetime events happen, and while it's been a lot of fun, it is definitely time to walk away.
And he once again bows his heads and have a wonderful night, sir.
You as well.
Should we end it here? I know we're a little bit past time.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, no, I broke fate.
Yeah.
God,
That was a lot of consecutive Arete rolls with nobody botching today.
that's incredible. Congrats though. That's fantastic. Ethan's gonna get his mug back and secure that before the end of what happens this session. That's about it for me.
Okay, that makes sense. You guys are gonna cash out your chips and get your mug back.
Yeah, Ethan looks at like the little bit of money that he made and just goes. Looks over at Mr. Big Money over here.
That's
Nice.
fine. You can just future sight what roulette or what are they called? The regular dime machines. Or has got a jackpot and just grab that one.
The slot machines?
That's fair.
Yes, the slot machine.
I could.
I
Also,
was thinking about trying to use a fate level or an entropy level 3 on a slot machine.
oh
Ooh.
shit.
The
That's gonna
slot
be
machine is a complex machine.
It is.
Yeah.
And that could be your break into the higher levels, trying to force it.
That was actually my big thing of what I wanted to do here.
Alright.
I thought this game actually worked really well with that many rolls with no failures.
Yeah.
That could have been real bad real fast.
That was the real, entropy manipulation. What did you do to roll
Right.
20? You reset it back to week 1 for us?
Yeah. In the meantime, Ethan uses future sight to see the money he would have won.
The alternate timeline.
White
Yeah.
gloves, top hat. Doesn't matter 'cause my wallet's fat. Man, what are you going to be doing with all of that extra money? Giving it back to Nicholas?
I mean, I give him the original. I keep the buttons.
What? The $400? How much did your suit cost?
Well, apparently I didn't win on the suit. I lost the suit. Money on the suit, so can't give that back.
Makes sense to me. Well. In that case, then, why don't we say this is where we put a pause on the training arc and we divvy out some experience points.
Whoop, whoop.
So, let me go back to that. Again, we are modifying the rules. We are not going to be doing as much individual experiencing. We're going to try to give things out to a group unless someone really stands out and deserves some extra. So for right now, everybody gets at least 1 automatic point of experience.
Yay!
Learning curve. Characters who truly learn something new, important, or significant to the plot or their personal stories can earn a point to reflect how that knowledge has expanded their horizons. I think with the way that things went down today, there was quite a bit of push here. Learning about stuff. So between...
Margaret definitely gains a point of that.
Yeah, Margaret gains a point.
Curses.
Yeah. She gets a little experience. Harry gets a little experience. But so do all of you. now you know a little bit more about some of the things that Margaret's doing and some of the things about what Harry has been through. Role-playing. A player who goes above and beyond the group's usual level of role-playing should be rewarded with an extra point for exploring their character. I think not only that, but the focus one, because belief and practice are so important to a mage. A player who really gets into the way they perform magic really gasses it up. I think you guys combined both of those together with your training arc, so go ahead and get 2 points.
2 points on that.
Yep.
Okay.
For role-playing and focus.
All right.
Heroism. Does anybody have an argument for the group's heroism today?
All rode around with Harry in close proximity to us.
I took money from the house.
Heroic.
$400.
What a champion of the people. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Karadur / Nicholas, did you decide what you wanted to do for your telepathic link?
I actually had, but we can hold off until next time. I still got more stuff to do, so it's fine.
Okay. And in that case, then, I know you have things to think about. Gemma, I know, got her hand forced on the magic change a little bit. So, Kiana, if you want to talk with me about that after class.
Sure. I don't mind.
We could do that. And then, of course, if there's anything Ethan or Anthony you want to talk to me about after class, then I will be invoiced to do such a thing. Though I know we're already running pretty late here. Let's see. End of story stuff. Again, I need to make these into more vignette stories, but we'll probably do an end of story for the training arc and be able to give out experience points based off of that. Otherwise, do you guys have anything to say before we say goodbye to the viewers on YouTube?
Go support Eotidiss's big stream that's coming up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
Absolutely.
pretty big.
Yes.
Heck yeah.
It's going to be so cool. I've got new technology to use.
Yes.
It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. You're going to love it. Yes, on Saturdays, starting at noon and probably running until like 3 or 4 in the morning, I'm going to be streaming the big stream where if you donate or subscribe or buy merch or buy something off my throne, I'm going to increase the size of my bust. However, this time, if you've tuned in before, it's going to be a little bit different in that there's going to be a 10-minute timer, and if I get no upgrades in that time, it deflates back to normal. So you're going to have to constantly keep it going. Yes, we had to put a little twist on it. It can't just be the same shit. You gotta up the ante a little bit. You gotta push those boundaries. But that's how it's gonna be. Now, that said, any amount of bits underneath a $5 amount will reset the timer. So if you want to keep that clock going, you can just throw the bits down there. It won't increase the size, but it will reset the timer. So that's the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, we're making it into a little bit of a game.
A lot of 1-bit donations going to be going on.
Oh, sure.
But yeah.
However, we may work on the amount of time that gets reset based off the bits. However, I want to say right now, based off of what I know I can do, it would have to be a full reset. But I might be able to make it so that, 1 bit adds a minute onto the timer and so on and so forth. But I'll have all of that in a tweet in the upcoming days. I think tomorrow I'm going to have that posted so that we can have it cemented. That aside, other than the donations, the increasing of the boobs, we're going to have so much fun playing games. We're going to have Gartic Phone, Phasmo, playing some Risk of Rain, and I'm going to be doing a segment of Hunt with Thrav and Rain, so we've even got some Hunt in there. It's going to be a good time. Lots of games. I'm going to do it's not a smasher pass, it's a pick me up from the bar tier list. or one night stand tier list. So I've had people, some of which may even be in this call right now, give me
What?
some ideas as to what they would do if they had a one night stand with me, and we're gonna rank those from hottest to nottest. But that's enough about me. What are you guys gonna be up to this week so that the people can know?
Well, I have a Pokemon Showdown stream on Wednesday. And then I'm going to be doing another roguelike on Thursday. Not sure which one at the moment, but we're going to be doing something. Then on Friday... Wait, should I actually do that on Thursday? Isn't Thursday Thanksgiving?
Thursday is
Thanksgiving, yeah.
Yep.
Huh. Maybe I won't be
Wow.
able to do that. Or maybe I will be able to do that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that spend Thanksgiving alone, and they might want to spend it with you.
Yeah, honestly, I'd love to do that as well. I'd love to spend Thanksgiving with the peoples.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, I'm
Right.
thinking on Friday, I'm thinking about doing Novel AI, and I had an idea for that.
Ooh, I like those streams.
I do too. I really enjoy them. And then somewhere, at some point, I'm going to play Toho.
Like the actual one?
Yeah, I like Toho. Toho 10, Mountain of Faith. I am not good at the game, but that's kind of a good thing, because every time I die, I roll a wheel of failure. So if you want to see me have to...
Yes, I love those stakes.
Yes, yes. So if you want to see me eat mustard for my failures, go ahead.
I've said this a lot, but mayonnaise ahead of us. You got to mustard a plan to catch up. All right, what else? Who wants to sit in the jar of explaining what you're doing this week? I will put you... There you go, ID. You're in the jar of explaining.
No. Should I just kind of like... No.
Yeah.
I can't do it. No. Yeah, I'll do my usual streaming stuff. I skipped today due to extenuating circumstances, but I will be playing more Persona 5 Royal on Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve, as it were. Because I've been playing through it and I've been enjoying it so far. I've been told I'm still in the tutorial. It's very much escalator land. It just kind of keeps heading up. No joke, the game's fantastic.
Which Persona?
But Persona 5 Royal.
Oh, okay.
The pseudo sequel, but more remaster. It's a thing.
Persona's a weird thing. They'll come out with the game, and they'll come out with like another version of the game that's like slightly changed and also improved.
Yes, I am being guided by one of my viewers to actually get to the new content, so that way I will actually play the game right and not screw myself at the moment that becomes relevant. Because I've heard you could do that. I heard you could play through the whole thing and get to the end and there's nothing new. And it's like, what?
That's
so
weird. Yeah.
It's real weird. It's got conditions. But I'll be playing that on Wednesday. Sunday next week, I'll be playing, well, more of that, I guess. Unless something strikes my fancy.
Cool.
Yeah. There's that. I'm going to continue to shitpost and do video stuff. Yeah, what's up?
Oh, it's good shitposts.
I hope so.
Awesome.
I tried to do a motivational one, and that seemed to get good traction. People enjoy being told that, nobody knows what they're doing. We're all making it up, and that's a good thing. We're all figuring it out all at once, all together.
Yep, just like mages.
Pretty much. Hey, parallel.
You tie it back in. All right. Well, then how about you, Crusader?
I actually do have plans. Typically, I do stream on Thursdays, and this week is going to be my busiest week at work. But I'm also one of those people, I'm not going to be able to spend the holiday with my family. So Thursday night, I wanted to do a stream for others like that. And I will be cooking a Thanksgiving meal for everybody who tunes into my stream.
Oh, that's awesome.
With Cooking Simulator.
That's so cool, though. Can we expect in the future more cooking simulator streams too?
Maybe. We'll have to see how this one goes.
True.
As I really haven't done anything in it. So I'm just gonna go into it and see what happens.
Well, if I can't catch it live because I'm too busy with my own Thanksgiving dinner, I will definitely watch the VOD because I've been curious about that and I want to see what it's like.
And that will be at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Alrighty.
How about you, Karadur? What are you up to?
Well, I'd like to announce my triumphant return to... No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm not jumping on Twitch yet.
Nope. All right.
No, I will be checking in on other people and probably having a nice Thanksgiving dinner and... Oh, hopefully a nice Thanksgiving dinner. They've never been... They're hit and miss, as I think most people's families are. Sometimes it's good, and sometimes Uncle Bob shows up, and you're like, oh god, no.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I wish everyone the best with their endeavors.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I will tell you guys, most likely, I will not be doing Mage next week because the big event's going to run late, and I probably won't have a lot of preparation time for Mage. However, you know, if things go wrong or some catastrophe happens on Thanksgiving that stops me from doing the big stream or it has to stop early, then I'll definitely be in the mood to instead have Mages the next day. But I just want to set the expectation that we probably won't have it next week and to tune in 2 weeks from now for the next Mage session.
That does remind me, there's a new Monster Hunter Rise patch. The new patch comes out on Thanksgiving, as well as the new Gunfire Reborn patch.
Man, that's a lot of things all at once.
Yeah. Thanksgiving's going to be a pretty nice day.
Well, in that case then, I think that's everything from us. So thank you so much for watching. And please remember to take care of yourself and take care of those around you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.